Bom dia a todos. Good morning, everyone. In here and our online audience. My name is Daniel Moura, a PhD student, the Department of Economics of the University of Brasilia, and I am glad to begin with the first activity of our international workshop. It's a mini course about post-Keynesian ecological economics, and I am very happy to introduce our professors. Professor Chiara Grazzini. Chiara is an assistant professor in political economics at the Department of Economics, Engineering, Society, and Business Organizations at the University of Tuccia in Viterbo, Italy, and a member of the Italian Society of History of Political Economy. Our other guest is Professor Giulio Guarini. He's a full professor of economics at the Tuccia University in Viterbo as well, and a member of the scientific editorial board of Moneta, and Crédito of Minerva, Laboratory on Diversity and Gender Inequality at the Sapienza University. They are going to deliver the class of today, and I leave the audience to yours. Thank you.
A todos. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for the idea of this is not a course, is a seminar about an introduction of the post-Keynesian ecological economics. I'm Giulio Dorini. I'm from University of Tuccia. Viterbo is a little town, very nice town. I teach macroeconomics. Kind of title, post-Keynesian ecological economics, could be a title for an entire course. And then here only give you some interesting point. And I hope about this field and give you the curiosity to analyze in depth this field. Quite new field. In this case, my contribution is classical environmentally adjusted multi-factor productivity. My contribution not a technical contribution, perhaps is a methodological contribution, but want to give you the idea that if you change the analytical classical framework to post-Keynesian framework, it not only change the literature, but you change the point of view to evaluate the environmental issues. Otherwise, why change framework? No? Okay, this is the main reference, is an article that I published in the Brazilian Journal of Political Economy that is correct to present here in Brazil. Sorry, it's not... Okay, thank you so much. It's better now. I have to repeat? Oh, it's okay. Oh, perfect. Then this is the index of my, after my presentation, my colleague, idea of some interesting topics within post-ecological economics. Okay, we start to consider that could be interesting to start to critically consider this kind of indicator. No? Environmentally adjusted multi-factor productivity is an important indicator that is used in OECD. There are generally the standard analysis to use stochastic frontier or data envelopment analysis, not to keep the environmental efficiency, but there are other many indicators like green productivity and other. This kind of indicator is interesting because it's the main indicator used in the neoclassical framework, and we can consider a comparison that as we can critically analyze the total factor productivity, that is the main indicator in the neoclassical framework about the efficiency with the post-Keynesian analytical instrument. Also, we can criticize the environmentally adjusted multi-factor productivity with the post-Keynesian ecological framework. And this is my goal. We want to analyze in depth the theoretical assumption of these indicators, and by using some interesting aspect of the post-Keynesian economics, in particular by integrating them with the Schumpeterian aspect, evolutionary economics aspect. Then there is this kind of critical analysis is twofold. No, on one hand, we want to say why it could be interesting to change the framework and to use post-Keynesian framework, and then pay attention that the methodology is important because it's not neutral. And you know that Sustainable Development Goal agenda, now all policies, development policies are set by target, and this kind of target are measured by indicators. But the method to build the indicators are not neutral, that we have to analyze in depth the theoretical assumption. We start to put in evidence the theoretical assumption of this indicator. Of course, the neoclassical assumption. To describe this, we start with two versions of the environmental adjusted multi-factor productivity, EAMP, because in the first equation, A, that is the parameter that represents this kind of is equal to the growth rate, the accent of the symbol, the accent represents the indicator rate, then the growth rate of activity is equal to the growth rate of GDP minus the growth rate of capital, labor, and E that represent environment. There is another version of this productivity that is A first, no? That we put inside also H. H represent the pollution, okay? And as usual, usually parameters delta, alpha, beta, and gamma represent the elasticity of Y with respect to H, to K, to L, and to E. That is the very standard idea about the factor productivity. Then we want to focus on the Cobb-Douglas function, that is the theoretical function used in the standard neoclassical framework, and also is the theoretical function that is that represents the base of the environmental adjusted productivity. That we start with this kind of function, no? That is equation 3, no? This represent the standard Cobb-Douglas, but with the additional variable that is E gamma, and E represent the environment. This function was proposed by Solov in 1974. You know that 70 years start the environmental issue, no, for the oil crisis, and so that is a particular determinant period. That is this period. Why Solov? Solov because is the father of the neoclassical. Use this kind of function to start an analysis of environment. Okay, obviously that if we put equation 3, gamma equal to 0, have the traditional total factor. Okay, we can consider YH that represent the pollution adjusted GDP, is another indicator in that we can with the instead of Y, we can start with the YH. Okay, that you can consider the outcome, negative outcome, then pollution within Y, and you focus on E, that represent all input concerning environment. The characteristics of this kind of function are very standard, no? That you have the first derivative is positive for every input. The second derivative is negative. That obviously that they are partial derivative. That the first partial derivative is positive, the second is negative. That this kind of function is increasing, but with decreasing marginal returns of capital, physical capital, labor, and environment, is homogeneous, and finally it represents constant return to scale. Okay, that is very that alpha plus beta plus gamma is equal to 1. That we are in the classical framework. Okay. Another important property is that the derivative of partial derivative of capital, that the marginal productivity of capital, the marginal productivity of labor, and the marginal productivity of environment are equal to the price of the factor. No? R is the interest rate, W is the wage, and U probably the rent. No? As you know that classical economists use 3 factors. The third factor was land. No? That corresponds to some source, profit, wage, and rent. The main problem is that in the historical economic thought, the history of economic thought, at a certain point disappeared the third factor, land, and remained only capital and labor. And and consider this kind of factor that probably the starting point problem about environment without not considered in the economic theory. production function, is difficult to understand or to take into account the sustainability. But in the 70 years, economists reintroduced here they introduce environment, but in the neoclassical. We know that one of the pillars of the classical framework is profit maximization and the competition. And thanks to these qualities, labor marginal productivity, and also the marginal productivity environment equal to the rent are the technical consequence of the theoretical sum. Maximize profit and okay. Here we can consider that thanks to these technical properties that derive from the theoretical property, we can say that there is a relation between each production factor and its corresponding price. Okay. Here we can consider, but not capital, but this I snapped in this. Obviously, there are some problem of measurement. This kind of function, this kind of function with respect to the traditional total factor productivity increase heterogeneity of non-labor input, no? Because you know that K represents labor input, but also complexity, no? Because you have increased the number of input, but also you have inserted a multidimensional concept of variable E, no? Environment. What means environment? Raw material could be environment, natural resources could be environment, but also environmental services could be environment. And then there is could be problems about the measurement of the natural capital. I only add a little note that is impossible to analyze in depth. Not that there is the critique about the meaning of total factor productivity as the measurement of technical progress or simply a sort of result of functional income distribution, but this is another kind of critique. Maintain the path that is to underline the theoretical assumption of EAMP and the implication regarding environmental sustainability. Okay, the three main theoretical assumptions are constant returns to scale, perfect competition, perfect input substitutability. This confirms the fact that always mathematical technical aspects are not only technical, but they have a theoretical we consider the first is constant return to scale. This kind of assumption has important conceptual implication for sustainable development issue. Why? Because you can consider, traditionally in the classical post-Keynesian economics, increasing returns are fundamental to understand development process. Remember, Caldor manufacturing sector is the core of sector for development because generate the main level of returns, but in all sector there are this aspect that is determinant. But also for sustainability, for analyze sustainability is important increasing returns. To consider increasing returns, and to consider increasing returns means to not fill assumption of constant return to scale, obviously. No, in the environmental evolution literature, there are many aspects that consider green innovation more than standard innovation as a result of phenomenon related to the increase in returns. Now, the first is the so-called double externalities. We know that the green innovation reduce pollution, that is, reduce that a negative externality, but at the same time, green innovation can generate positive externality. Means they can stimulate the formation, generation of new knowledge. Then this kind of double externalities, if the neoclassical framework is a sort of exception, is a sort of obstacle to understand innovation in general, here probably represent the key to understand not only the standard innovation, but specifically green innovation. For green innovation, networks are very relevant. Green innovation, more than a standard innovation, the knowledge transfer is fundamental. More than standard innovation, the paradigm of the green innovation is the eco-open innovation, all kind of innovation process for sustainability that are built thanks to a sort of interaction across agents. And these agents are not only entrepreneurs, but also research center, but also institution. Why? Because the sustainability is a multidisciplinary approach. That because you need to study or to be aware about the green normative, no, all green bureaucracy in standards in European Union. Important aspect. Green management, green technicalities. There is a problem of transfer of external knowledge. Why? Because a specific firm is specialized in a specific technical aspect concerning the product, but not they are specialized in the green impact of their product, that they have to acquire knowledge, external knowledge. And we know that the way to acquire or to receive external knowledge is with a sort of networks. And also there is in the green knowledge have this kind of aspect, characteristics that is a combination of scientific and technological based innovation mode with learning by doing, by using, by interacting, that are typical of the increasing return. That we can say that it's impossible to assume constant return to scale if we want to understand how we can face with the climate change, with the system. Okay, because the characteristics of human. Second important theoretical assumption is perfect competition. No? 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 Remember that thanks to the perfect competition, thanks to the profit maximization, we have the inverse relationship between the factor, the input, and its price. But what means this? It is the consequence for the analysis. The consequence is that change the vision about sustainability. Know that the main famous, the traditional mission of sustainability now concern the Bertrand report, no? In the, I think, 80 years. Sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. No, this is the main, based on the intertemporal equity. The point is that according to neoclassical view, this kind of goal can be governed processed by market price mechanism. Why? Because you need to have a scarcity of the specific natural resource, thanks to market competition and profit maximization. Market react in which way? By increase the price, that there is a specific and efficient signal from market, no, that there is a problem of scarcity of specific natural resources. No, that the idea is the market can solve the problem of natural resources scarcity. Why? Because price can bring information about the level of scarcity, but this role can have instead in capital post-Keynesian approach, we know that prices can also reflect not all the scarcity, but power. A very general, but a very interesting graph about the dynamic of the price of oil from 1861 to 2014. Now is an example about obviously the dynamic between scarcity and price is not inverse, that is more complex, and probably the political shock. Now there are wars, but also political in the oil market means power. The change of the power system means different level of price, and then it could be useful use the assumption of negative relationship between price and scarcity. I think is very useless. You cannot understand what happens in this case in the oil market, but you know, in this period, gas market, in other natural resources market. Okay, that is very big problem to use this theoretical approach. That in the post-Keynesian is quite natural to consider imperfect competition, oligopolistic market, but it is also interesting that if there is not this kind of inverse relationship, you can say that market is not possible, is not able to solve the problem of sustainability alone without institution. Okay, that is the political implication. But there is another interesting implication at the theoretical level. You know, here there is Chaleschian price equation. Is another interesting point. You know that the original intermediate input that Taylor called intermediate goods. Okay, because here you have about markup, you have wage, labor productivity, but here you have the price of in energy of raw materials and epsilon. Sorry, that represent the energy productivity. Okay, that this is the is also in this case a sort of to return to the past. for the future. Because also in this case, Kaleski originally considered raw materials, but after literature leave this. But we want to consider the original. Silas Albini was an economist, Italian economist, that want to restart with the original version, but this equation is the price equation, and we can consider price equation only if we consider oligopolistic regime. But if you use this, you can connect their productivity and so on, that you can connect the sustainability issues with functional income distribution issue, but also because you consider the price, or you can consider that energy price perhaps represent the foreign price. In the case of Italy, it's foreign price because we are not materials, no, instead of Brazil. But you can also connect sustainability with international competitiveness, thanks to this kind of channel. And the third theoretical assumption is perfect input substitutability. You know that in Douglas, because you use what? Partial derivative, no? That means one input and you control, calibrate the movement of the other input. This means that there is a perfect substitution between cross inputs, okay? But what is the consequence for sustainability? For sustainability means that if you consider with the environment, maintain this perfect input substitutability, this assumption entails a weak sustainability. Means that physical capital and natural capital are perfect substitute. It's not a simple concept. The idea is that now Solo in 1974 wrote, the world can in effect get along without natural resources, no? Due to perfect substitutability. So exhaustion is just an event, not a catastrophe. Sentence nowadays with all problems. Okay, but start is current with this weak sustainability. The opposite assumption could be that there are complementarity between and consider it strong sustainability. And which is the way to consider complementarity? We know that, for instance, function like this, no? Minimize the inputs. But this means, put here E, means that strong sustainability, that there is a complementarity between natural capital, physical capital. That is exhaustion a problem, no? With this theoretical aspect, because there is also an intermediate position. I only want to give you the idea that in the post-Keynesian framework, there is room to consider some debate also in other literature, very interesting for sustainability. Like in this case, the critical natural capital is not a post-Keynesian, no? Specific for environmental literature. But thanks to this kind of thing, sort of intermediate between perfect sustainability and complementarity, because the idea is that a sort of base. There are sort of essential environmental services that cannot be substituted by madman capital, that what we call physical capital. That there is a possibility of substitution. We can think about plastic or some but there are a core that remain not that remain complementary with and here there is also another kind of reflection about ecological resilience. Means that, but you cannot substitute with the physical capital, not only in terms of use of the material, but also because of the impact of this kind of substitution. Ecological resilience that means that if you reduce natural capital in a specific land or a specific place, this aspect also have some social impact, cultural impact, no? The main example. Ecological resilience. Here is only a point to stimulate your ideas about that because of environment variable, there is unpredictability, uncertainty, change, and dynamic interaction between these kind of again, because I think I have to close my presentation. The idea is that parity means parity between input, and the consequence is that could be also a complementarity between kind of innovation, because green innovation product, but between also process. And there are also some studies about it's impossible to consider the introduction of green technology without consider green management. Always an important element of novelty. Okay. There are other kind of aspect that of thermodynamics. Reagan means that there are consequences if you reduce. But anyway, I want to arrive to the third part and finish my presentation to leave the floor to only a point is about the policy implication of the other is profit maximization, because we say profit maximization at perfect definition. Profit maximization, the idea is that entrepreneur can nice profit and can do business external external factors or external like institution, okay, because he knows us how doing business, okay. This is the idea of profit maximization, but with this kind of idea have important consequence in terms of green policies, because sometimes green policies means green tax, okay? But in this kind of approach, profit maximization of taxes is they only represent a cost that you have to comply the green, but straight on with the same business. Okay, that there is no room to change the behavior, not the superficial process. If you not consider profit maximization in the room for some approach like Porter hypothesis that consider green policies not only a compliance, but probably a new opportunity open for other kind of business. Probably this kind of green technology could be more performant or other behaviors that open to, for instance, market. No, could be the sustainability source of market. No, and there are many aspects to consider. The idea is that if you overcome this profit maximization, you can also consider policies not only like print, but a new way for a business. Other aspect, but I don't want to present that. Okay, the main conclusion of quarterly policy I will speak. Only to say it's important which kind of framework you want to consider. Framework, because there are different ways, different lens to see reality, and in this case, to interpret all issues concerning environmental sustainability. Then this kind of analysis is an example that, starting from an indicator, you can consider all theoretical assumptions that indicator bring and also bring important in which part we want to stay to analyze sustainability, because change the way to analyze this important.
Morning, thank you. Coming from change the paradigm, how we analyze or some elements about how we can analyze the environmental sustainability. After balance of payment constraint and the new action, but in particular in the agriculture. implementation of innovation in highlight that there is a new opportunity paradigm how we analyze it. How there is the even oh, that's for a long time. And why the post-Keynesian is the ecological how the importance of the environmental having the limit of our structure of the ecological macroeconomics. Focus on the development. A continuing increase in the on the inequality, inequality. I have for the presentation, I decided to focus on and in particular we can improve balance of payment process between balance of payment cost program. Possible capita between emerging countries are characterized by a faster growth. overcoming the equilibrium in the country are exposed to a domestic and in particular additional knowledge, different knowledge. We start from the standard. According to this model, I have
Oi, alô, dois.
because I have two different mic. So this is can you hear me? Perfect. Sorry for the. As I said before, we start from the traditional balance of payment gross-trade growth model. No? According to this model, growth depends on the interaction between the demand and the productivity. And in particular, we can define the aggregate demand as composed by two different components, the autonomous expenditure and the next export. That is the difference between the export and import. And then we can define export and input as a function of the real exchange rate and the output. In particular, the parameter phi x and phi m represent the price elasticity of imported export. A represents the domestic income. In this case, we are assuming that is a north-south economy where the industrialized country are on the technological frontier, on the international frontier, and why the emerging countries are technological laggards. And we define the export as a function of the real exchange rate, the price elasticity represented by the parameter phi x, and then the international or the output of the rest of the world that is represented by A star. And this parameter represents the income elasticity of export. At the same time, we can define the import as a function of the real exchange rate and the price elasticity, represent the parameter phi m, and a function of the domestic income, and pi greco represents the income elasticity of the input. We can calculate the growth rate of this variable, and we can assume that the effective growth rate is a positive function of the growth rate of the autonomous expenditure, represented by minus A, the growth rate of the export, minus the growth rate of the import. Okay. According to the Tier 1 law, in the long run, the growth rate of the real exchange rate is equal to 0 because the real growth rate must be constant. So we can obtain this effective growth rate that depends on the growth rate of the autonomous expenditure and the growth rate of export. And according to the Tier 1 law, in the balance of payment constraint growth model, the growth of the economy is constrained by the balance of payment, external equilibrium, and according to the Tier 1 law, the export and import must grow in the same direction, must be aligned. So we can obtain the external equilibrium that is given by the ratio between the income elasticity of the import and export and the growth rate of the international or the income or the output of the rest of the world, represented by minus A star. So the development, the growth rate, the equilibrium rate of the developing economy depends on the ratio between the income elasticity and the growth rate of the rest of the world. So the convergence requires that the ratio between the income elasticity must be higher than 1. But we want to extend the standard balance of payment constraint growth model considering the environmental issue. For introducing this aspect, we can say that the growth rate of the developing economies depends on the ratio between the income elasticity. This ratio depends on the pattern of specialization, which in turn depends on the technological capabilities. We are considering a developing economy that in general are experts in the production and the export of primary commodity and the low-tech manufacturing, so are distant from the technological frontier. For accelerating the growth rate, we must intervene sustaining the demand for different commodity, for more sophisticated commodity, and in particular the technological capability depends on two different types of innovation. The environmental innovation, green innovation, as we have seen in the previous presentation, increase the environmental efficiency and at the same time reduce the environmental damage produced by the current production model, for example, the linear model, while the standard innovation increase the labor productivity. As I said before, Giulio, from the presentation, according to the Porter hypothesis, one of the main drivers of the green innovation is represented by environmental policy. This strong hypothesis suggests that environmental regulation, the stringent environmental regulation can push innovation, and pushing innovation can increase the international competitiveness of country. So for accelerating the economic growth of country, one the possible driver represented by green innovation, because without green innovation we can increase the price competitiveness of our country, because the increase of the environmental efficiency of our production reduce the quantity of input needed for produce the same unit of output, but reduce, for example, the cost for energy, for raw material, at the reduction of cost increase the price competitiveness. But same times, green innovation allow for improving the price competitiveness, because the green product characterized by a higher quality. They can attract more awareness consumers, increase the quality of our production, and this fact increase the price competitiveness, So in this case, by increasing the price and non-price competitiveness, we can increase, introducing environmental innovation, we can increase the ratio of the income elasticity of import and export. For considering this aspect, for introduce this aspect in the traditional balance of payment cost growth model, we introduce a environmental factor. In particular, we can introduce a green parameter, a green elasticity parameter represented by, and we can introduce this parameter in the demand function of import and export. So we can extend the demand for import and export, introducing the environmental efficiency represented by Z. And at the exponent, we can introduce the green elasticity parameter. By modifying the demand for import and export, we can obtain this effective growth rate that depends on the growth rate of autonomous expenditure, the growth rate of the export, but also by the growth rate on environmental efficiency. At the same time, we can modify the long run equilibrium, the equilibrium in the current account. That depends also on the rate of the domestic environmental efficiency and negative on the growth rate of the international environmental efficiency. We obtain a green tier 1 law. This rule suggests that demand for green goods is expected to be higher in developing economies than in developing economies. But the introduction of the green innovation, increasing the environmental efficiency, increase favor the effective growth rate, but same times don't save labor, because we are assumed that the environmental innovation increase the environmental efficiency, that is the opposite of the level of the CO2 emission, so reduce the environmental impact of the economic growth, while the increase in the labor productivity depends on the standard innovation. According to the Porter hypothesis, the main driver of the green innovation is represented by stringent environmental regulation, and in particular the adjustment between the effective growth rate and equilibrium in the current account depends on the change in the autonomous expenditure, especially in the depends and on contractionary or expansionary fiscal policy, and analyzing the environmental, the ecological issue, the environmental sustainability. An important significant rule is assigned to the fiscal public investment in research and development, infrastructure, and education, that are fundamental sector, how the government has to invest for starting the ecological transition, because ecological transition require green innovation. Green innovation are more complex, respect the standard innovation, are complex, require multidisciplinary knowledge, and for example, one of the main driver of the green innovation is represented by the open eco innovation, the creation of networks between heterogeneous stakeholders, university, private research center, government, that facilitate the transfer of the knowledge, and in particular analyzing the behavior, no, of the government in a balance of pain cost regrowth model, no, because we can consider a contractionary and expansionary fiscal policy, so we can identify a possible government behavior rule. If we can see a deficit in the current account, the effective growth rate is higher than the equilibrium in the current account, the government has to intervene through a contractionary fiscal policy. On the contrary, if we can see a surplus in the current account, government can intervene through an expansionary fiscal policy. And we can represent this rule throughout this formula. The change in the growth rate of the autonomous government expenditure is a function of the difference between the effective growth rate and the equilibrium in the current account and the effective growth rate. Substituting the equation that we have seen in the previous slides, where we have introduced the growth rate of the domestic environmental efficiency and the international environmental efficiency, we obtain the following change of the autonomous expenditure growth rate. That depends on the domestic environmental efficiency and from the international environmental efficiency. I said before, one of the important drivers for the green innovation represented by public investment, in particular our fiscal policy, and to capture the effect of introducing an increase in the public expenditure in the environmental innovation, that is the shift of public resources from standard innovation to the environmental efficiency, we can introduce in the model another parameter, the parameter lambda, that represents the percentage, the share of the public expenditure that is used by the government for sustaining the green innovation, cioè the fraction, the percentage of the public expenditure that is invested in environmental research and development and education. Is important not only sustain the research and development in this case, but also in education, because one of the main limits of the possible negative effect of the ecological transition is represented by the possibility of generating or increase the rate of unemployment between the low skilled workers, for example. So it's not simple, it's not sufficient to invest in the creation of new technology, but also we have to give to workers or employees the necessary skills for using test technologies, preparing workers for the new green job or for the transformed existing job. But the government has to invest in training program, for example. Increasing the share of the autonomous expenditure that is used for financing the green innovation or the environmental research and development, increase the environmental efficiency, because one of the direct effects of the green innovation is represented by the increase of the environmental efficiency, the reduction of the environmental degradation produced by the economic growth. But at the same time, you have assumed that environmental innovation simply increase the environmental efficiency, while the standard innovation increase the labor productivity. So if we increase the share of the public expenditure that is dedicated to the environmental efficiency, to the innovation, we are reducing the labor productivity. How we can define the labor productivity? The growth rate of the labor productivity depends negatively on lambda, the share of the public expenditure that is dedicated to the environmental research and development, while is a positive function of the employment rate represented by A, that is used in this model as a proxy for the learning by doing, because labor productivity depends on the standard innovation and on the learning by doing. So the environment, we can write the growth rate of the labor productivity as a function of the 1 minus lambda, the quantity of the public expenditure that on the contrary goes to standard innovation, the growth rate of the autonomous expenditure and the employment rate. If we increase lambda, we are changing, we are increasing the environmental efficiency. The change in environmental efficiency is a positive function of the share, the percentage of the autonomous expenditure that goes on the environmental research and development and the growth rate of autonomous expenditure, because we are assuming that increasing lambda, we are increasing the environmental efficiency, So the technological change that is essential for sustain the economic growth, depends on the intensity, direction of the public expenditure, If you are investing in environmental innovation, we are investing in standard innovation. Graphically, we can represent the dynamic. We are obtaining a dynamic system that is given by the growth rate of the employment, that is the difference between the effective growth rate and the growth rate of the labor productivity, and the change of the growth rate of the autonomous expenditure, because we want to analyze the impact, the effect of an increase or a decrease of the public expenditure in environmental innovation. So we obtain a dynamic system, while the isocline A dot represent the change in the autonomous expenditure, that is an horizontal axis because there is only one value that make this equation constant, because not depends on A, minus E represent the growth rate of the employment. It is a positive slope, because if we increase A, the growth rate of the labor productivity increase. We want to analyze the impact of an expansionary green fiscal policy. We are increasing the parameter lambda. Increasing the parameter lambda, we are increasing the environmental efficiency, and we are increase the share of public expenditure that is dedicated to the environmental innovation. So if we are increase the environmental efficiency, and the isocline A dot move up from A1 to A2. isocline at the same time, no? The isocline, we are reducing the labor productivity, growth rate of the labor productivity, so the isocline shift from E1 to E2. And the economy move from the point A to the point B. In this point, no, we obtain a new equilibrium where we can see that an increase, no, in the green fiscal policy, increase, no, the growth rate, the effective growth rate, you have an higher growth rate, but at the same time we have another effect of the employment because we have a higher employment rate. So this model, no, show us that for obtaining the convergence, no, between emerging economy and industrialized economy, no, we have two possibilities. Or we reduce, no, the income elasticity by studying, or we can reduce the green technological gap, no, we can increase the international competitiveness, no, and we can accelerate the growth rate of the emerging country, investing in a green technological change, improving the green technological capability, and investing in environmental innovation. So show the significant role, no, the possible significant role of environmental innovation. We can introduce, now we can move to the another post-Keynesian field, no? And I said in the previous slides, you know, the second field that we want to analyze, so how we can, how we can introduce, you know, the environmental issue is represented by the new developmentalism, developmentalist theory. In part, according to Caldor, no, an essential driver of the economic development is represented by industrialization, no? That is represented by the increase, no, of the manufacturing output, no, that allow to accelerate the GDP, the economic growth, and the labor productivity. And in particular, no, when we talk about, I don't want to give you a lesson on the new development theory, simply is to give you the idea what is the starting point, no? The new development theory focus on the structural change patterns, no? How we can shift the resources, the labor, no, for primary sector, no, represented by the production and the export of primary good, low-tech manufacturing product, to modern sector, no, represented by high technology intensive product, no, or more sophisticated, more diversified product, no. So this focus on the structural change, the shift from primary sector, traditional sector to modern sector. When we introduce, no, the ecological issue in this theory, no, we are not seeing. We want to overcome, no, the neoclassical assumption based on the fact that we can overcome, no, we can resolve the scarcity of resources simply throughout the market mechanism, but we have to analyze the dynamic problem of the resource creation that is driven by the aggregate demand. And in particular, analyze the Arrod-Domar model suggests, no, the factors are not perfect substitute, no, as assumed by the neoclassical approach. In particular, if you consider, no, factors that are characterized by lower quantity, no, such as raw material, natural resources, energy, no, they can limit, no, the aggregate production capacity because we not have the perfect substitutability between these input, and also when we analyze, no, the technological aspect, we cannot simply substitute, no, non-renewable resources or fossil fuels. We renewable resources. The technological, the common technological solution for mitigate the climate change in this moment is based on the a sort of progress substitution, or a progress increase of renewable resources, but this progress, substitution can push the economy throughout unsustainable development strategies. Using try to introduce the ecological issue in the new development theory. We can present, we want to present you a possible ecological version that we can call ecological new developmentalism, that in particular want focus on want to identify the possible structural transformation, the transfer of labor, resources, and input from traditional sector to the modern sector that is compatible with the ecological transition. According to the Green New Developmentalist theory, the ecological transition, we can the challenge of the climate change and environmental degradation can be resolved throughout an ecological transition that must be based on the ecological technical progress, but in particular throughout an ecological structural change. That is means we have to shift labor resources from the traditional brown sector to green modern sector by increasing the green productivity of our production. We can introduce the ecological issue, in particular starting from the APT identity. The APT identity was introduced by Common in the 70s, that represent the impact of the environmental impact of our production as a function of the ecological affluent and population, and using this function we can represent the environmental impact of the current production system that is represented by the level of pollution throughout as a function of the output and the ratio between the environmental impact of the output on the output. But we have an economy, across the economy produced that is composed by two different sectors, a brown sector and a modern green one. So we can divide the output between the two sectors. So we can identify the environmental impact of the sector one, that is represented by the green activity, the green sector, plus the environmental impact of the brown sector, represented by AP2. Simply, the environmental impact, the total environmental impact is the sum between the environmental impact of the green activity multiplied by the share of the green activity in the output plus the environmental impact on the brown sector multiplied by the share of the brown activities. So we obtain that the environmental degradation or the environmental consequences of the production is a positive function of the increasing function of the output, but a decreasing function, negative function of the share of the green activity. For reduce, we want to start an agro path that must be compatible with the environmental objectives. For example, with the object proposed by the United Nations. No, we have to maintain the annual average increase of the annual temperature below the 2 Celsius degree, no? And this is possible only introducing an ecological structural change that increase the quantity or the share of the green activity in our output. So we can obtain a sustainable economic growth only if it is the result of an ecological structural change. So we have to introduce, we have to shift labor resources from the traditional sector, brown sector, to the modern one. In this case, we can increase the green productivity, that is the inverse of the environmental impact, the environmental efficiency, because in this case, we are considering the environmental impact. So if we consider the opposite ratio, we obtain the environmental efficiency. So shifting the resources, labor resources from the brown sector to the green one, cioè introducing the ecological structural change, we can increase the green productivity and we can move the economy throughout an ecological, a sustainable growth path. And in particular, we have to increase the share of the green activity, investing, for example, in organic agriculture, manufacturing industries, or in the services sector. Caldor suggests that one of the most important drivers of the economic growth is represented by the industrialization of the manufacturing output in the GDP. So we are considering two different activities because we have the green activity by the traditional brown one. So we can modify the technological progress function of Caldor for analyzing the effect, the relationship between the industrialization and the ecological structural change. So we can obtain that the growth rate of the output per worker is a function of the growth rate of capital per worker, represented by K with that, but is also a function of the manufacturing share in the output, represented by gamma. In the long run, we assume that the rate of the output per worker is equal to capital per worker. So we obtain that the rate of the labor productivity is a function, is an increasing function of the manufacturing share. Percentage of the manufacturing activity in the GDP. I said before, in the manufacturing activity, we are considered two different types, green and brown. We introduce a sustainable target, For example, the UNIDO, introduce the inclusive sustainable industrial development as an objective that want to promote the industrialization by limiting the environmental and the social effect throughout a cleaner production, an efficient management of the natural resources, and a reduction in waste and pollution. They want to start an ecological conversion of the industrial sector. So we have to introduce the environmental impact of the current production system using the index, the APD index. The growth rate of this index from the AP identity is a function of the growth rate of the output minus the growth rate of the environmental efficiency, Because if we invest in green innovation, we increase the green productivity of our output. We are increasing the share of the green activity in the manufacturing sector, and we are reducing the environmental impact. But the growth rate of the environmental efficiency depends directly on the share of the green activities. But the growth rate of the share of the green activities depends positively on the share of the green activities, present percentage or the quantity of the output comes from the green activities. So we can obtain a weak sustainability condition where the growth rate of the environmental pressure is equal to 0. So we can obtain a sustainable economic growth only if the growth rate of the GDP is equal to the growth rate of the environmental efficiency. So we can obtain a sustainable economic growth only if we are increasing progressively the share of the green activity in our output. Only we start an ecological structural change. We start to shift resources, labor from traditional sector to the green one, increasing the green productivity and the environmental efficiency of our production. And at the same time, you can reduce the environmental impact. We have said that we can obtain a sustainable growth path only if the growth rate of the output is equal to the growth rate of the environmental efficiency, but in the long run, the growth rate of the real output must be equal to the growth rate of the output per worker and the growth rate of the labor force. But before we have defined the growth rate of the output as a positive function of the share of the manufacturing, of the manufacturing share. So the growth rate of the output become a function, a positive function of the manufacturing share and the growth rate of the labor force, n minus n. But we can obtain, we have imposed a weak sustainability condition, so we can obtain a sustainable economic growth all if the growth rate of the output is equal to the growth rate of the environmental efficiency. If we substitute the previous function in the final equation, we can obtain that we get a positive relation between the share of the green activity in the output and the share of the manufacturing in the output that allow to sustain to start the ecological transition that ensure a sustainable growth path. The industrialization process is the increase, is represented by the increase of the manufacturing share in the output. So we can define a formula for the industrialization process. The industrialization process depends on the share, the growth rate, of the manufacturing share that represents the industrialization. Industrialization depends on the share, on the manufacturing share. Depends negative on the technological gap. Depends positive on the green, the share of the green activities in the final output, and finally depends on the growth rate of the real exchange rate. I said before, we are Invest in green technology, but green technology, no, are more complex, are more sophisticated. Investing in green technology or increasing the share of the green activity, for example, it allow for diversificate the production, the final production, the economic structure, no, this increase, no, the price competitiveness, but also the non-price competitiveness, because the increase, as I said before, the green technological, the green innovation, no, reduce, no, the quantity of raw material needed for producing of output, reduce the cost of the energy, no, and allow to increase the price competitiveness, but same times improve the quality of the final product. So increase, no, the price competitiveness, but at the same time, the increase, no, in the green technology, throughout the complementarity between the standard innovation, create economy of scales, no, spillover effect. The investing in green or in green activities, no, can open new business opportunity country, so increase the international competitiveness and sustain the industrialization process. But if you analyze the focus on the Latin American country, no, the Latin American country have experienced a process of premature deindustrialization, no, that is a reduction of the share, no, the manufacturing share in the output before the Levis point, no? And one of the main causes of the premature industrialization process was represented by the overvaluation of the real exchange rate generated by the Dutch disease, no? The concentration of production and export in the primary commodity, in natural resources, no, that reduce the price competitiveness of the manufacturing sector, at compromise the investment profitability, and that increase the technological gap. But we are assuming that from the previous equation, no, that the ecological structural change, that is an increase, no, in the green activity share, no, can be a driver of the industrialization, no? So from this formula, no, we assume we can observe that the ecological structural change, no, the ecological conversion of production can be a driver, no, of the industrialization. But sometimes, no, we have the problem of the premature industrialization. So the ecological structural change can be represent, no, a possible driver for stopping this process of premature deindustrialization and improve, no, and start, no, a new green reindustrialization of the Latin American country. And if you analyze, no, the relationship between the real exchange rate, in particular the industrial real exchange rate, and the share of manufacturing sector in the output, we obtain a new U-shaped relationship that is represented in this graph. That is the results of the transition between, from a dual economy to a mature economy. In the first stage, no, when we are we have a dual economy, no, the increase, no, in the manufacturing share result from an increase in the labor productivity, no, the unit labor cost is reducing, no, it is allow for sustaining, no, for appreciating the real exchange rate without compromise, no, the price competitiveness of the manufacturing sector. So the share increase. When we achieve, no, the Levis point, the economy shift from a dual stage to a mature stage, no? But in this case, the real wage increase with the capital accumulation. So the increase, no, in the manufacturing share require an increase in price competitiveness. If we maintain, price competitiveness constant, no, through a depreciation of the real exchange rate. So for a mature economy, no, the only way for increase, the manufacturing share without compromise, the international competitiveness is represented by an increase in the share of the green activities. So it's represented by a ecological structural change. Throughout the ecological structural change, we can increase, the manufacturing share and sustaining the industrialization process. So from the previous equation, we can obtain that a possible win strategy for reindustrialize, for reindustrialize the test country is represented by an increase in the green industry, in the green activity. If we can represent this relationship in a graph, we have the industrial real exchange rate and we have the equilibrium, the real exchange rate that represents the equilibrium in the current account. So previously I say that the premature industrialization was caused by the real exchange or evaluation generated by the Dutch disease. So in this case, the industrial real exchange rate is higher than the real exchange rate at the equilibrium in the current account. And if we put the relation between the real exchange rate and the share of the green activity, the Dutch disease represents a buyer for the ecological structural change, because if the industrial real exchange rate is higher than the equilibrium, the real exchange rate that ensures the equilibrium on the current account, we have a decrease in the share of the green activity. We are in this part of the graph. So this means that the over-evaluation erodes the international competitiveness of the country and reduce the incentive for starting the ecological conversation of the production. So reduce because the Dutch disease reduce the price competitiveness of the activities, because increase guardian rent of the growers, increase the purchasing power of workers, reduce the incentive was increase for investing in green innovation, and stop the ecological structural change and reinforce the resilience on the in the exploitation of the natural resources, in the production and the export of a low technological product, and maintain the technological gap between emerging country and industrialized country. But at the same time, the ecological structural change can be a strategy for escaping from the middle income trap, because in a balance of paying constraint growth model, we have two different constraints. The first one is represented by the external equilibrium, and the other is represented by the utilization capacity. But at the same time, we want for pushing economy throughout a sustainable growth path. So we can introduce an ecological sustainable growth rate that represents the growth rate of the real output that allows to satisfy, for example, the objective imposed by the United Nations. We want to maintain the average annual temperature, the increase of the average annual temperature below the 2 Celsius degree. So we introduce a sustainable growth path that allows to satisfy this aim, no? But this aim depends, no? Means that, no, we have to obtain a zero net CO2 emission, that is a necessary condition. So the increase, no, or the emission, the CO2 emission produced by the economic system must be compensated by the CO2 emission captured by the carbon sink that are present in the planet, no? And in particular by the carbon sink capacity of forests. So we can identify, no? And we can obtain the ecological sustainable growth rate starting from the change in the CO2 concentration, no? We want to obtain zero net emission. The growth rate of the CO2 concentration, no, depends on the current level of CO2 emission, that is the difference between the CO2 emission emitted by the current production system and the level di CO2 emission captured by forest. Here we can identify, this is the starting point, but then we can define the CO2 emission concentration and the CO2 capture, no, respectively. Starting from the CO2 emission, no, we can define the concentration, the CO2 emission concentration as a function of the pollution air carbon intensity of the energy, because one of the main, no, intermediate input, no, we use for the production in this moment represented by energy, no? So we can use energy as a proxy for the natural resources. And the energy production in turn is a function of the pollution intensity, no, of the carbon intensity of the production, the production structure. So depends on two parameters, on the parameter beta that represent, no, the energy intensity, no, the quantity of energy that is used for produce each unit of output, and the level of the output. Substituting the function for the energy production, we obtain that the CO2 emission is a function of the carbon intensity of the pollution intensity of the economic system, the energy intensity of the production structure, and the output. And the corresponding growth rate, no, is a function of the growth rate of the energy intensity, the growth rate of the carbon intensity, no, and the growth rate of the output. Then we can define also, no, the CO2 captured by the planet. In particular, no, the one of the main carbon sink is represented by the forest, no? Forests are essential, no? Because for capturing for contrasting, no, the climate change. So we can define, no, the CO2 emission captured by the forest as a function of the quantity of the CO2 emission captured by the unit of forest, represented by F. And the growth rate of the CO2 emission captured by the forest, so is the function of the quantity, the growth rate, no, of the CO2 emission captured by the unit of forest, and the growth rate of deforestation. As in the previous model, no, we have defined a way ecological sustainability condition. In this case, no, we want respect the objective imposed by the United Nations. So that imposed to maintain the level of CO2 emission under the 2 Celsius degree. No, this means that we have to obtain zero net emission. So to obtain zero net emission, no, the grow rate of the CO2 emission must be equal to the grow rate of the CO2 emission captured by the forest. So instituting the previous equation, no, we arrive to an ecological sustainable grow rate, that is the grow rate that ensures, no, the satisfaction of the global target imposed by the United Nations, that is a function of the CO2 emission, the grow rate of the CO2 emission captured by a unit of forest, the grow rate of forestation minus the negative variable of the model, the negative parameter, that is the grow rate of the pollution intensity and the grow rate of the energy intensity of the current production system. And we can see that all the parameters that we have introduced in the model depends on the ecological structural change and the ecological technological change, because we have to invest, no? We have to shift resources, labor from brown sector, the green one, for increasing, no, the labor productivity, for increasing the green productivity, so we can reduce, no, the energy intensity of our production system, because the green activity, no, or the allow to reduce the quantity of intermediate input needed for produce the same unit of output, increase, improve, or improve the environmental efficiency, so reduce at the same time the level of the CO2 emission, the environmental impact. But at the same time, no, the ecological structural change means that we are investing in innovative agriculture, for example, no? We are introducing innovation technology in agricultural sector that allow to increase, no, the productivity. So we need we can reduce, no, the use of land for the mass production, in the agricultural sector, and we can invest in forestation, increase the grow rate of forestation depends in particular from the parameter F1 and the difference between the industrial real exchange rate and the real exchange rate that ensures the equilibrium in the current account. So we are impose deforestation as a function of the Dutch disease, because the Dutch disease, no, that generate the over-evaluation of the real exchange rate, no, represent a barrier for the ecological structural change. No, is one of the main causes of the premature deindustrialization. This means we are improving or investing the production, the export of raw material, primary goods, commodities, no? Means that, for example, we are increasing the mass production, no? We are increasing the use of land for grasping or for the intensive production of crops, no? Reducing, no, or compromising the forestation, no? Or instead we are stimulating deforestation because we need of land, no, for sustaining the mass production. So, and we can define, no, the growth rate of forestation as a negative effect by the Dutch disease. The Dutch disease can represent a barrier for the ecological structural change and also a barrier for the international competitiveness. Substituting this function, we obtain that the ecological sustainable growth rate is a function of the level, no, of the Dutch disease, the difference between, no, the industrial real exchange rate and the real exchange rate that ensure the equilibrium in the current account as a function of the pollution and energy intensity of the production system. So, and we obtain that an incomplete structural change generated by ecological structural change compromise the sustainability of the environmental sustainability of the growth path. At the same time, we can see that the Dutch disease represents a barrier for the environmental sustainability, but at the same time, this function shows that the ecological structural change can represent a strategy for escaping from the Dutch disease. So we present once we have identified an environmental sustainable growth path, but we can introduce this equation, this other constraint in a balance of payment constraint growth model, because according to the new development risk model, the first constraint is represented by the external constraint caused by the balance of payment. The other is represented by the capacity utilization, and then we added another constraint, the environmental constraint, represented by the ecological sustainability growth path, and we can obtain the equilibrium, a sustainable growth path, in the point 1. For obtain for a balance growth path, the warranty growth rate must be equal to the ecological sustainable growth rate, and same time must be equal to the industrial equilibrium exchange rate. If the economy is in point 1, we obtain an environmental economic sustainable growth path. This equilibrium ensures that the utilization of the production capacity represented by GWB corresponds to the normal level, but the warranty growth rate is equal to the industrial growth rate. So we have the internal equilibrium, but also the external equilibrium, and at the same time we have the equilibrium, the growth rate, the warranty growth rate is equal to the ecological sustainable growth rate, and we obtain a sustainable growth path. We can identify a sustainable, in this way we are identify a sustainable development strategy that obtain to go over the point 1. We have seen before that the ecological structural change can support the reindustrialization process going, and in this case, obtaining a sustainable growth path, we obtain the economic development, but at the same time we can avoid the environmental degradation. So the ecological structural change can represent a win strategy, not only for improving international competitiveness in general, but in particular for Latin American countries for escaping from the middle income trap. And in particular, one of the possibilities for start an ecological structural change can be represented by the implementation of the circular economy practices, particularly now in the European Union. The European Union are investing a lot of funds for the implementation of circular economy practice, because the main aim of the circular economy practice is the creation of an industrial system that is able to reproduce the same function of nature in the industrialized sector, and in particular it's possible creating multiple loops in the economic system. We can identify two different cycles, a technical cycle represented by blue line, and the green one, the biological cycle represented by the green line. creating multiple loops within each cycle, but also creating loops throughout different cycles, we can create an economic system that is completely autonomous respect to the use of natural resources, because can use the waste, for particularly waste or other elements that are already present in the economic system for generating new output. Because in implementation of circular economy practices allow for increase the eco-efficiency, so reduce the quantity of virgin raw material needed for produce the same unit of output, but at the same time improve the quality of our production, improving the eco-effectiveness, because not simply the circular economy are investing in recycle and reduce, but also rethink the production system or the production process, creating a sustainable, an autonomous, sustainable industrial process, invest in the reuse, maintaining the as long as possible the same resources within the same industrial process or in another production process, so permit for obtaining the highest economic value as possible for all the material that are in the economic system in each stage of the production. Can sustain, and in this mode we can obtain a sustainable growth path. The main benefit of the circular economy practices, because as I said before, can reduce improve the eco-efficiency and reduce the production cost, stimulate the introduction, the investment in research and development, introduction of new technology, but at the same time create new job opportunity, new business opportunity, create new sector. For example, if you think about the waste management activities that was introduced by the first directive on the circular economy, create a new segment of in the market that before didn't exist, creating new business opportunities, but also new jobs. Improve in particular because the agricultural sector is fundamental for the economic development, introduction of the circular innovative practices in circular economy allow for improve the fertility and the productivity of soil, because for example we are substituting chemical pesticides that increase the productivity in the short term but generate a damage in the long term. So in the long term, the productivity decrease. The introduction of innovative practices allow for increase the fertility of the soil in the long term. So an increase in the fertility, we can reduce the quantity or the amount of lead used for the production, sustain forestation, the recreation of biodiversity. And we can create a more resilient ecosystem, in particular because we are reducing our dependency from the natural environment, but also if you consider the national economy, we are using the local resources, because waste, in this case, are local new resources, we can reduce the dependency from the other country. And this is an important factor, for example, for Italy, because with the the Russian-Ukraine war, and the dramatic increase of the energy prices, and the Italian government has to set new agreement, for ensuring the supply of energy, because Italy depends a lot from the import of natural gas from Russia. Trading, investing in the production of the energy from renewable resources, Italy can reduce the dependency for other countries, create a more resilient ecosystem. And in particular, because the ecological structural change, need the shift for resources from the brown sector to the green one, the introduction of the circular economy, that one can represent an instrument, a drivers for the ecological structural change, because the circular economy favor the industrialization, promoting a product diversification, but also improve the environmental quality, of our production. So it can be represent a possible example of the ecological structural change. And in particular, I said before, can represent a win strategy for the agricultural sector that is fundamental for the economic development, and in particular because the innovation, introduction, innovative practices allow to reduce the use of land, improve the soil fertility, improve the resilience of the economic system of natural crisis, and create a more resilient agricultural sector. This can be a fundamental drive for invert the process of deindustrialization. It is particularly important because the introduction you can improve the productivity of the agricultural sector, can sustain can improve the international competitiveness in sectors that are fundamental for the Latin American country, and can be represent a strategy for escape from the middle income trap. And is a possible example of the application of the circular economy practices in the agricultural sector. And now, and in particular, this is the focus of the agritech project that is involved by university, the University of Tuscia, and in particular, the agritech project, that is a part of the national recovery plans introduced by the European Union after the COVID pandemic, and focus on the creation or introduction of the innovative technology in the agricultural sector for ensuring nutrition and sustainable food for all. Introduce circular economy practices in the food and the agricultural change, and want to restore the ecological or the ecosystem, and in particular focus on 5 main goals, strategic objectives, because want to introduce, want to stimulate the research and the collaboration between the university for introduce innovation technology, agricultural sector for improve the resilience of the agricultural sector, reduce the environmental impact, introduce circular economy practices, try to mitigate and the possible the effect of the climate change and the other environmental damage produced by the current production system, that in particular is in the agricultural sector is still based on simply on the linear model, take, make, dispose, that won't simply increase continually the mass production and the mass consumption, and want to improve the traceability and the for maintaining, for improve the security of the food chain. Thank you for your attention.
Hi, thank you so much. I love your presentation? Can you hear? Okay,
You have to.
better. I think that's the reason why we don't listen you too much. Doesn't work this way. It works. So, as you say, everything depends on the macroeconomics, right? So, in Europe right now, we have the growth of the conservative policies growing there. Do you understand a little bit? So how do you think we can make those changes, those really important changes, if we don't have because the conservative, they don't have this vision of economics sustainability. So how you think we can make them to, so that the politics of efficiency economics? Do you understand a little bit? No?
It's a difficult question, maybe, because in the political context of the European Union at this moment is very complex. There are several factors for and for conservative, no? The fact that more conservative government, you have a more conservative government in different can represent a barrier for the economic progress of the European Union.
Okay. A crucial topic.
Please talk.
Sorry. Now it's better. Now I say that thank you for this question. There is a institutional side obviously is a crucial to implement ecological structural change. Indeed, with Gabriel Porzile and Chiara, we analyze also this aspect. In terms of European Union, that the change in the governance could change the intensity and the freedom to face with the climate change. But there is an important point, the fact that we generally, the single country are not very sensitive or very feel good with the European rules. Consider the fiscal rules and so on. But in the case of green rules, it could be an opportunity to have a central governance, because can manage the uncertainty and instability in each country. Okay, but that is about the Conservative Party in the single country. But obviously, with the European election, now it's not conservative. There is a very great alliance that probably the sustainability strategy of the Europe does not change. Not new Green Deal or like this, but it's important general to consider the fact that sustainability entails also political practicability. That this is but to have these two kind of governance, national governance and governance, can better manage when change or when you have some different conservative wave in some countries.
Just one more question. Did you say about the reforestation? So Europe has this program too, or just for developing countries? Because I don't know if I've never listened about deforestation in Europe. For
I don't
example,
know if there is a
reforestation.
specific program at European level for deforestation. I don't know, maybe there is one of the objectives of the Green Deal. But I know there is some example at national level that implement measure for reforestation. Sweden maybe for the use of there are some reforms that regarding the agricultural sector in general, and some measure focus on the sustainable use of wood, specific specific cut for maintaining or for improving the life of trees, for restoring old forest. I don't know the specific measure, but I don't know there is at the national level specific program.
Thank you by your presentation. I have many questions because this is a new model. For example, the emission. How do you model the emission? Station, or it's the importance of sectors that produce wood, produce paper. This sector is really big in the field. Say that this about on the perspective of your model, these sectors will drive the industry progress in our country with the of carbon. And a more practical question about the difficulty to transit to this kind of model. We are more accustomed to the data, the calibration, the equation, the math of the old model. But if I want to change to this new model that can answer some questions about the profit decision, it's a really nice perspective. But it's depend of the creation of new markets. I replace the profit maximization by the creation of new markets. But how can I model this? What I need to learn math and of model to someone that don't understand this model right now.
One of the main sectors that elaborate tutti. What to refers to workers, no, maybe. A general shift, no? A new research question. How we can introduce it.
Obviously, there is many complex issues, but there are different kind of measurement, but depends of the model, because it's the model that you consider all kind of variables. You can focus variables because it has different sources of emissions. For the goal, the purpose of the model, I think in general it's quite interesting to consider some measurements that are used for to have to take into account better the policy implication of the model, because institutions use specific point about migration across sector is a specific issue for modeling, no? They to consider green jobs. The main issues about how what happens to the employees when you change sectors or you target a specific sector to grow. The other, then there is a very important issue between skilled and unskilled workers and so on. A point about change in profit maximization, other kind of behaviors of enterprise is another field to try to model different behaviors of the entrepreneur. That probably your questions are the research questions, no? And like if you are interested, it could be interesting to, but it's impossible in one model to all. And about your question before about this. Another point is important. Circular economy, for instance, is a conservative or is a progressive topic? Probably now in Europe, not progressive. It's normal, also for Conservative Party. Probably 10 years ago was a progressive topic. That you consider also that ecological transition also change the concept in political terms. Sorry? No, because of the cost, because of also the values of people, no? That sometimes a topic that in the past was very progressive become normal for all, no? We consider the vote for the women is normal now, but in the past, also in Europe, at the beginning of the 19th century, was very revolutionary. That in the moment you can have some step that some green topic are common for all parties, like for instance circular economy. Now it's a standard. Become the differentiation. Become for the implementation, how you want to prevent, by market, by state, by then is, but the general idea. Only another point about your questions. That is are other questions, or we want your question?
Questions to the professor? I am some question. Environment, macroeconomics effect problems in the world about this question, and the fiscal policy, the functions of the fiscal policy in this context And I would like to know the effects of the questions about the monetary policy. What is the role of the monetary policy in industrialization, in ecological structural change, in the context of your work paper?
For the monetary policy, if you want to start an ecological conversion, we have to change responding to an energy inflation shock. Solve temporary the shock, very costly. And then public support, no? Ecological into our production, no? But we need also type of policy.
And I can that the impact of the restrictive monetary policy is not neutral across investment, because you can have more negative impact on green investment than in the standard investment. Then this is a very important point, because, you know, complexity of green innovation, this means investment are more uncertain than standard investment. That is, more banks are more less able to finance green investment. Then an increase of a high rate, the most negative impact is for the green investment. That is a double negative impact.
Remember the Leo's point, right? Do you have how many times this lower point can perdurate, or don't have in the formula the time? For example, if have more investment in education, we have this lower point less time during less time. I don't know. Yes, do you have this? I'm sorry, I'm not.
Ah, sorry, finished.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not.
Okay, okay. It's like a Kuznets curve, but in the sense that there is a curve, like the curve indicator of the structural change, no? But the timing depends on the context, and as you say, some exogenous factors like education, you say, can reduce this time to achieve the point. Yes.
So the direction, not the intensity. No?
The direction that but
Process,
not
no?
when he arrives.
Not the time or the intent, because depends on the intensity, the economic structure, no? Depends on the other factor. Simply give the path from a dual economy to a mature economy, no? La transition, but not the time, the exact time, because is context depends, no? Depend to the context, to the other social factor, no?
The only way to think about the also we can consider the fact that you can also dual economy in terms of agriculture and industry, but you can think about dual economy as brown economy. That the idea is that when there is an economy with two different parts, or when you arrive to have a sort of integration, all production system. This is the main intuition, I think. Because always another time we can consider the fact that the biological agriculture is a traditional or modern sector. Probably could be a modern sector. No? Because there are products that are more innovative. Novelties.
Some questions in YouTube? Thank you for the brilliant presentation. And, we will have 13 minutes to off break, and after we will have the start of the solemnity. Thank you for all. Puto.
and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to have you here at the University of Brasilia for the opening section of the 4th International Workshop of the Structuralist Development Macroeconomics Research Group. To give the welcome for all guests and participants, I call now Professor José Luis Oreiro, the coordinator of Structuralist Development Macroeconomics Research Group. This event counts with the support of the Federal Council of Economics, Regional Council of Economics of the Federal District, and also the National Council for Scientific and Technological Development. Now I call the President of Federal Council of Economics, economist Paulo Dante. Oh, sorry. Forgive me. Have the right to speak.
Okay, good morning for everyone that is here at the Green Auditorium of the Faculty of Economics, Business, Accounting and Public Policies of the University of Brasilia. I have the special pleasure to have today with us my friend, Professor José Antonio Campo. Professor José Antonio Campo was today probably one of the greatest greatest economists of Latin America that will open this first day of our international workshop. The idea of having an international workshop begins in 2021 during the pandemics of COVID-19. The two first issues of our workshop only online because of safety reasons regarding the COVID-19, but last year, 2023, we do our first hybrid event here at the Green Auditorium of the University of Brasilia. And I have the pleasure to see through these 4 years of success of editions of this workshop that the Structuralist Development Macroeconomics Research Group was now consolidated as of probably the main heterodox research group in Brazil and a reference for all Latin America and even for Europe. Now we had more than 40 research from every country of the world. We have researchers from Argentina, from Uruguay, from Brazil, por supuesto, of course, from Mexico, from Colombia, from Spain, from Italy, from United Kingdom, United States, and also so far as India. So I think that we have a very heterogeneous network of researchers, and due to that, the group, the research group, is now coordinating a research area in the European Association for Evolutionary Political Economy, which is the second largest association of economists in Europe and the largest heterodox association of economists in Europe. And we are also organizing in the last years a publication, twice a year publication called Development Macroeconomics Bulletin that we just have launched the volume 4, issue 1, on some days ago, that Professor Paula Bustamante from the State University of Montes Claros will make a brief presentation before the lecture of Professor José Antonio Campo. So, in behalf of the Structuralist Development Macroeconomics Research Group, I will welcome all of you that are here present and all people seeing us in our YouTube channel and the YouTube channel of the Federal Council of Economics, people all over the world from all America, Europe, and even Asia that are now seeing this beautiful workshop. And I have to acknowledge the full support of the Federal Council of Economics in the person of his president, economist Paulo Dantas, and also the full support of the Regional Council of Economics of Distrito Federal in the person of economist Luciana Scioli. And also, of course, the financial support of the National Council for Scientific and Technological Development of the Ministry of Science and Technology. So welcome, and we will have a very good time together in the next 3 days. Thank you.
Speech, Professor. Now I call the President of Federal Council of Economics, economist Paulo Dantas. President of Regional Council of Economics, Dr. Luciana Scioli. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to be on your feet. Now I call the Director of ECLAC Office in Brazil, Dr. Camila Grofa. And gentlemen, please, I ask you to be on your feet and hear with respect the national anthem of Brazil.
Plácidas, e o povo heróico brado retumbante, sol da liberdade em raios fúlgidos, brilhou no céu da pátria nesse instante. E o Senhor, essa igualdade, conseguimos conquistar com braços fortes. Em teu seio, ó liberdade, desafio próprio. Ó pátria amada, idolatrada, salve, salve. Vai ouvir, flores de esperança, a terra desce. É o risonho em mim, a imagem do cruzeiro resplandece da própria natureza. És bela, esporte impávido, colosso. Teu futuro espelha essa grandeza, terra dourada. Eu és do Brasil, ó pátria amada, dos filhos deste sol és mãe, gentil pátria amada. É o profundo, mas ó Brasil, florão da América, sol do novo mundo, o que a terra mais garrida, teus visões. Nossos bosques têm mais vida, nossa vida no teu seio. Ó pátria amada, idolatrada, salve, salve. Do Labaru que ostentas estrelado, ouro desta flâmula, mas no futuro, história no passado, a justiça clava forte, verás que o filho teu não foge à luta, não teme quem te adora a própria morte, terra adorada. Entre outras mil és tu, Brasil, ó pátria amada, dos filhos deste sol és mãe, gentil pátria amada, Brasil.
Oh, Paulo Dantas has the right to speak.
Um, dois, três.
Bom dia a todas, bom dia a todos. Gostaria de cumprimentar os membros dessa muito qualificada mesa diretiva. Em nome deles, cumprimento todos os participantes deste evento.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to greet the members of the board and on the behalf of extend my greetings to all participants of this seminar.
Amado amigo José Luiz Oreiro, Luciana Scioli, Camila Gramsciol, este evento é uma feliz iniciativa da Universidade de Brasília em parceria com os Conselhos Federal e Regional de Economia. O tema, além de bastante atual, está claramente no centro das preocupações globais. A desindustrialização precoce em países em desenvolvimento tem muitas consequências econômicas.
This event is an initiative of the University of Brasilia in partnership with the Federal and Regional Economics Council. The main topic of this event, that besides being very current, is clearly at the center of global concerns. Premature disindustrialization in developing countries has many economic consequences.
Essas consequências passam pelo menor crescimento econômico, uma vez que a indústria de transformação perde espaço e ela é um importante motor de inovação, produtividade e geração de empregos de qualidade, e com menos empregos de qualidade, a pobreza começa a se mostrar mais forte.
Those consequences include lower economic growth, considering that manufacturing industry loses space, and it's an important driver for innovation, productivity, and good quality job creations. And if we have fewer good quality jobs, poverty shows itself stronger.
Além disso, o mundo vive uma crise climática e, aqui no Brasil, nós acabamos de ver como ela se manifestou no estado do Rio Grande do Sul.
On the top of that, the world is experiencing a climate crisis. And here in Brazil, we have witnessed the way it has manifested at Rio Grande do Sul.
Durante o mês de maio, sobretudo nas 2 primeiras semanas, chuvas intensas na maior parte do estado provocaram inundações, destruindo cidades inteiras e causando muitos danos às infraestruturas existentes e à capacidade produtiva instalada em centenas de municípios. Foram 2,4 milhões de pessoas afetadas, com mais de 400 mil desalojadas e 173 mortes confirmadas.
During the past month, especially in the first 2 weeks of May, intense rains in most of the state has caused floods and destroyed entire cities, and caused serious damage to existing infrastructure and to installed productivity capacity in number of cities. 2.4 million people were affected. More than 400,000 were displaced from their homes, and 173 confirmed deaths.
Custos para reconstruir aquilo que foi destruído pelas enchentes estão estimados em 19 bilhões de reais. Tanto a desindustrialização quanto a crise climática têm o potencial de aumentar a pobreza, sobretudo em países em desenvolvimento.
The cost to rebuild the state are estimated in almost $4 billion. Both desindustrialization and the climate crisis have potential to increase poverty, especially in developing countries.
Hoje somos cerca de 8 bilhões de pessoas no mundo. Segundo um relatório da ONU divulgado em 2022, nos países em desenvolvimento existem mais de 1,2 bilhões de pessoas em situação de pobreza. Deste total, 593 milhões de pessoas não tinham acesso à eletricidade e 437 milhões não têm acesso à água potável e saneamento.
We are about 8 billion people in the world. According to the United Nations report released in 2022, there are more than 1.2 billion people in poverty in developing countries. Of this total, 593 million people do not have access to electricity, and 437 million do not have access to clean water and sanitation.
A intensificação das relações econômicas internacionais. No movimento que ficou conhecido como globalização econômica, representa uma natural expansão proporcionada pela dinâmica capitalista, o que resultou na mutação do objeto da nossa muito amada ciência econômica. Como consequência, passou a ser necessário considerar novos elementos nas novas análises.
The escalation of international economic relations, known as economic globalization, represents a natural expansion guided by capitalism dynamics, which has caused a mutation of the object of our beloved economic science. As a consequence, it became necessary to consider new elements in our analysis.
Em 1993, o fotógrafo sul-americano Kevin Carter fez uma foto histórica no Sudão. Ele retratou uma criança negra, arqueada de cansaço, com debilidade física e fome, à beira da morte, observada por uma ave de rapina, à espera do último suspiro para se banquetear com o que restava de um corpo que integra a estatística da riqueza negativa no mundo global.
In 1993, South African photographer Kevin Carter took a historic photo in Sudan. He took a photo of a black child bent with fatigue,
physically debilitated and starving on the brink of death. The child has observed by a vulture waiting for the last breath to feast on what was left of a body that was part of the negative wealth, statistics, and global world.
Carter fez a foto e afastou a ave. No ano seguinte, ganhou o prêmio Pulitzer, mas entrou num estado depressivo e cometeu suicídio. A criança, cujo nome era Conde Nyon, sobreviveu à fome, mas veio a falecer anos mais tarde, por volta de 2006 ou 2007, de uma enfermidade que os habitantes da aldeia somente conseguiam definir como febre.
Carter took the photo and chased away the vulture. On the following year, he won a Pulitzer Prize, but felt in depressive state and committed suicide. The child, whose name was Kong Nyon, survived hunger, but died a few years later, around 2006 or 2007, of a illness that villagers could only define as fever.
Aquela imagem é lembrada como um emblema da miséria. Era uma criança sudanesa, mas poderia ser de qualquer outro país em que há focos de pobreza extrema.
The image is remembered as a symbol of misery. It was a Sudanese child, but it could be any child from any another country where there are people living under extreme poverty.
A questão da fome e da pobreza passou a ser tratada no plano global. Em setembro de 2015, na cidade de Nova York, no encontro dos Estados-membros da Organização das Nações Unidas, líderes de 193 países aprovaram a Agenda 2030 para o Desenvolvimento Sustentável.
Hunger and poverty has come to be discussed on global level. In September 2015, in New York City, at a United Nations member states meeting, leaders of 193 countries approved the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development.
Cabe aqui mencionar com destaque o objetivo 1, acabar com a pobreza em todas as suas formas e em todos os lugares. E o objetivo 2, acabar com a fome, alcançar segurança alimentar e melhoria da nutrição e promover a agricultura sustentável. Para tal finalidade, a mesma Agenda 2030 deixou indicado o esquema de financiamento dos projetos, contando com recursos correspondentes a 0,7% do PIB das grandes nações e com 0,15% a 0,2% do PIB dos países em desenvolvimento.
It's worth mentioning here goal number 1 of this agenda, to end poverty in all its forms everywhere, and goal number 2, to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. To this end, the same agenda has indicated the founding of the projects, which include resources corresponding to 0.7% of the GDP of major nations and 0.15 to 0.2 of the GDP of developing countries.
Antes de questionarmos se esses recursos são suficientes, é preciso analisar outro elemento. A solução de problemas como a fome e a miséria tem sido pautada nos recursos ordinários das grandes nações, das quais o mundo faminto necessita e espera uma generosidade que não existe ou nunca existiu e com a qual não se pode contar.
Before questioning whether these resources are sufficient or not, it is necessary to analyze another element. The solution to problems such as hunger and misery has been based on ordinary resources of major nations, from which the hungry world needs and expects a generosity that doesn't exist or has never existed and cannot be relied upon.
Aliás, quando falamos de não poder contar com a generosidade dos países, também devemos levar em conta este comportamento ao falar das políticas climáticas. De acordo com outro relatório da Organização das Nações Unidas, também divulgado em 2022, para evitar os piores efeitos das mudanças climáticas, seria necessário atingir o pico de emissões antes de 2025, e diminuir 43% até 2030. No entanto, os compromissos anunciados de forma voluntária pelos países indicam que as emissões de gases de efeito estufa aumentarão em quase 14% na próxima década.
In fact, when we talk about not being able to count on the generosity of countries, we must also take this behavior into account when talking about climate policies. According to another United Nations report also released in 2022, to avoid the worst effects of climate change, it would be necessary to peak emissions before 2025 and decrease by 43% by 2030. However, the commitments announced voluntary by countries indicate that greenhouse gas emissions will increase by almost 14% in the next decade.
Em junho de 2020, os economistas Joseph Stiglitz, Thomas Piketty, José Antônio Ocampo, que aqui nos honra com sua presença, e a economista Jayati Grosh, diante da perda de arrecadação dos governos em razão da pandemia de Covid-19, imaginaram o uso de mecanismos tributários mundiais que pudessem alcançar as grandes corporações e oligopólios e as grandes plataformas de provedores digitais que atuam na internet, num contexto de um movimento denominado Reforma Tributária Global.
In June 2020, economists Joseph Stiglitz, Thomas Piketty, José Antônio Ocampo, and Jayat Ghosh, in light of loss of government revenues due to COVID-19 pandemic, thought about the use of global tax mechanisms that could reach large corporations and oligopolies, and also large platforms and digital providers operating on the internet. In this context, the movement they called Global Tax Reform.
Em outro momento, em junho de 2021, os ministros de Finanças e presidentes dos bancos centrais do G7 propuseram a criação de um imposto corporativo global incidente sobre o lucro das grandes multinacionais, particularmente das gigantes digitais. No ano de 2023, o ministro da Economia da França, Bruno Le Maire, informou que as negociações no âmbito da Organização para a Cooperação e Desenvolvimento Econômico, a OCDE, estavam bloqueados devido à oposição de vários países.
At another time, in June 21, G7 finance minister and central bank presidents proposed the creation of a global corporate tax on the profits of large multinationals, particularly the big techs. In 2023, the French Minister of Economic, Bruno Le Maire, reported that negotiations with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, were blocked due to the opposition of several countries.
Há poucos dias, a Agenda 2030 voltou a ser discutida em Salvador, na Bahia, em encontro do G20, do qual participaram delegações de 45 países. Na ocasião, o ministro Silvio Almeida, da pasta dos Direitos Humanos e da Cidadania, destacou que as pessoas em situação de rua representam a expressão máxima da desigualdade e da pobreza.
A few days ago, the 2030 agenda was discussed again in Salvador, Bahia, at G20 meeting that counted with delegations for 45 countries. On the occasion, Minister Silvio Almeida from the Ministry of Human Rights and Citizenship emphasized that people living on the streets represent the maximum expression of inequality and poverty.
O fato é que, em 2024, ainda não buscamos alternativas seguras para a solução de problemas tão elementares como a fome e a miséria, que são verdadeiras chagas para os homens e mulheres do nosso tempo. Todos nós, em especial os economistas, temos o dever de indicar novos caminhos através dos quais a humanidade possa trilhar na busca pela solução de problemas tão graves quanto esses que estão aqui mencionados.
The fact is that in 2024, we still have not thought alternatives to solve such elementary problems as hunger and misery, which are true source for the men and women of our time. All of us, as and special economists have the duty to indicate new paths through which humanity can walk in and search for solutions to such serious problems as the ones we have already mentioned.
Tenho defendido a indicação de uma nova governança econômica global, com poderes para a implantação de um tributo incidente sobre o gigantesco fluxo financeiro mundial, modernizando a ideia que foi apresentada ainda na década de 1970 pelo economista norte-americano James Tobin. De acordo com os dados do Banco de Compensações Internacionais, em abril de 2022, foram realizadas operações cambiais diárias da ordem de 7,5 trilhões de dólares. Repita-se, 7,5 trilhões de dólares por dia. Minha tradutora, me perdoe. Vai acrescentar isso aqui. Todos nós que estamos aqui sabemos o que representa 7 trilhões e meio que é movimentado por dia. Nada mais, nada menos, de mais de 3 vezes o PIB do Brasil ano. E aí, minha tradutora?
I have been advocating for the indication of a new global economic governance with powers to implement a tax on the giant global financial flow, modernizing the idea presented back in the 1970s by American economist James Tobin. According to the data from the Bank for International Settlements in April 2002, daily foreign exchange operations added up to $7.5 trillion, repeating $7.5 trillion. As the president just said, it's 3 times the GDP of Brazil.
Se aplicada uma alíquota da ordem de 0,1%, haveria uma arrecadação diária de 7,5 bilhões de dólares, ou 1,875 trilhão ao ano, considerando 250 dias de atividade econômica. Essa taxa seria aplicada a todas as transações cambiais, inclusive aquelas realizadas por bancos centrais, e arrecadada pelo sujeito ativo da potencial relação tributária, ou seja, esta nova governança global, que pode ser a própria ONU, ou o FMI, o Banco Mundial.
If a rate of 1% were applied, there would be a daily revenue of $7.5 billion or $1.875 trillion per year, considering the 250 days of economic activity. This tax would be applied to all foreign exchange transactions, including those carried out by central banks and collected by the competent authority in this case. This new global governance could be the United Nations or World Bank or any other.
O valor arrecadado seria aplicado nas nações mais pobres do mundo, nas áreas de educação, saúde, habitação, saneamento, questões climáticas e, principalmente, no combate à fome e à pobreza. Destaque que a tributação proposta não afetaria a livre movimentação de capitais e geraria uma arrecadação completamente fora dos orçamentos nacionais, uma vez que as operações tributadas têm características essencialmente internacionais. Repetindo, recursos fora dos orçamentos nacionais.
The amount collected would be applied to the poorest nations in the world in areas of education, health, housing, sanitation, climate issues, and above all, in the fight against hunger and poverty. It should be noted that the proposed taxation would not affect the free movement of capital and would generate revenue completely outside national budgets, since the taxed operations have international features.
Estas são as considerações que eu gostaria de fazer ao iniciar este evento. Como economistas, todos nós, temos o dever de apresentar soluções que possam mudar o mundo e impactar de forma decisiva a realidade das pessoas, e é o que eu desejo para os debates que serão realizados ao longo deste evento. Muito obrigado a todos.
These are the considerations I would like to make at the beginning of this event. As economists, we have the duty to present solutions that can change the world and decisively impact the reality of people. And that is what I wish for the debates that will take place here. Okay, thank you.
For your speech, now Dr. Luciana Scioli has the right to speak.
Good morning or good afternoon for everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here, participating in the opening session of the fourth international workshop of the Structuralist Macroeconomics of Development Research Group. I would first like to thank Professor Oreiro for inviting me to participate in this opening panel. And I would also like to greet everyone here, my colleagues here at the table, professors, students, and the other distinguished guests. The theme chosen for this year could not be more appropriate. Premature, the industrialization and climate change perspectives for the global North and South. We all know we are living a time of major redefinition on the global agenda that involves geopolitical issues, change in the international financial architecture, migration, and poverty. Certainly, these changes have different impacts between regions and countries around the world. For us, in the global south, the problems of the industrialization and financing difficulties to face climate change must be added. For the Federal District Regional Council of Economics, the theme of these workshops is not only important and timely, but it offers the basis for the qualified economic debate on these and other aspects of the sustainable development. Therefore, I believe that this workshop will bring many positive results to academic community as well and organizations in general. Finally, I would like to thank the opportunity, and I take this opportunity to wish you all good work. Thank you very much.
For your speech, now Dr. Camila Rocal has the right to speak.
Morning, bom dia, good morning to you all. It's my immense pleasure to be here with you today. I would like to thank Professor José Luis Oreiro for the invitation and congratulate you on the initiative of organizing this fundamental debate. I would also like to greet Paulo Dantas, the president of COFECON, the Federal Council for Economics, and Luciana Scioli, the president of the Regional Economics Council for the Federal District. I will be very brief. I will briefly discuss on the relevance of this event and why the discussions that will be carried out over the next 3 days are fundamental for Brazil, Latin America, and the world. So we are now at the start of the 4th International Workshop of the Structuralist Development Macroeconomics Research Group, and the topic of this 4th International Workshop is Premature Deindustrialization and Climate Change, Global North and South Perspectives. Now, the choice of the topic could not be more relevant in our current days, in the current context that we are facing. We are now currently facing dramatic climate disasters in Brazil and in other Latin American countries and worldwide. As Dr. Paulo was saying in his speech, Brazil is currently facing one of its greatest climate tragedies in Rio Grande do Sul, with extreme floodings, loss of lives, and destruction of the economic apparatus that will have long-lasting effects. This event illustrates the types of environmental disasters that we can expect if we do not address climate change. As we are in a structuralist environment, I would like to recall the thoughts of Raul Prebisch, which is one of the founding fathers of CEPAL and the structuralist economic thinking. He has a text from the year 1980 in which he argued that, referring to the environmental crisis, we are not in the face of a new crisis, but we are in the face of a crisis that makes the old crisis more severe. And he was referring to the fact that climate change is a phenomenon that comes to aggravate the structural development gaps that countries face. To give you a couple of examples to illustrate his argument, at the one hand, climate change will exacerbate external vulnerabilities. We know that Latin American peripheral countries in general still face major external vulnerabilities. And one of the sectors that will be most affected by climate change is precisely agricultural commodities. This puts countries that depend heavily on agricultural commodities in a scenario of climate change inaction at ever increased vulnerabilities in terms of its external balance. On the other hand, climate change will also exacerbate poverty. The impacts of climate change are more severely faced by vulnerable communities. These are the communities that inhabit the margins of the rivers subject to floodings, the slopes of the hills subject to landsliding. So these are the communities that will face more severely, and so climate change also tends to aggravate the distribution and the inequality in our countries, in our economies. On the other hand, so speaking of how climate change exacerbates the problems and the developmental gaps in peripheral, in Latin American countries and in Brazil, when we think about what we can do about it, there is perhaps an ultimate window of opportunity for Brazil and for Latin American countries to finally achieve a structural transformation that is more inclusive, that is more productive, but one that is also environmentally sound. This, another way of looking at the problems, so one way is understanding the impacts of inaction, and the other way is understanding the opportunities of actions and understanding how climate action in particular can also deliver developmental objectives and goals. This second perspective on the issue is closely linked to the topic of this event, which is premature deindustrialization. This phenomenon in itself already aggravates, as Professor Paulo Dantas was saying at the beginning, the prospects for economic growth. It decelerates the prospects for economic growth. But in a context of climate action, it also represents lost opportunities. To put it very simply, if assuming, look at Professor Ocampo, please ignore these comments, but assuming that the finance issue is resolved, assuming that now we have all the finance to carry out all the decarbonization investment that is needed in order to achieve the climate goals. In a country such as Brazil, such as Colombia and other Latin American countries, if we do that tomorrow, this means necessarily that we will be financing and conducting investments that are essentially based on foreign technologies. So we are talking about imported electric vehicles, imported solar panels, imported wind farms, and so on and so forth. The very link that builds together the climate agenda and the development agenda is productive development. Brazil is perhaps the clearest opportunity or the clearest case of a country that has the conditions to make the low carbon agenda development opportunity as well. This perspective is in essence what we call at CEPAL the big push for sustainability. This is an approach that seeks to identify, at one hand, what are the strategic transformative sectors in which investments should happen. And on the other hand, we look into how to mobilize investments and finance for these investments to occur. And perhaps the distinguishing and structuralist characteristic of the big push in comparison to other proposals and policies that are out there, such as the Green New Deal in the European Union, such as the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States. The distinguishing characteristic of the big push for sustainability is that we identify as strategic sectors not just the concentrate green sectors, so the investments in renewable energy, the investments in the circular economy, bioeconomy, and so on and so forth. They are fundamental, they are vital, but the distinguishing factor is indeed the importance of investments in productive, technological, and innovation capabilities. So addressing these two topics of this international workshop, premature industrialization and climate change, could not be more opportune for Brazil and other peripheral countries, so that we can indeed save the planet from dangerous climate change, but also make this an opportunity for development. I cannot help but also remind and honor the memory of Maria da Conceição Tavares, our esteemed Portuguese-Brazilian economist, that was one of the most important women economists in the world, certainly in Latin America, and who gave us perhaps the fundamental legacy of not only building new structuralist economic thinking in Latin America, but most importantly, underlying the importance of thinking of our problems and thinking of our solutions from our own perspective. And in her honor, I am also very honored here today to be in the presence of José Antonio Ocampo, who has a distinguished academic and professional career, and who also was and is a founding father of CEPAL and its modern thinking nowadays. It is based on these fundamental contributions that we at CEPAL still inspire ourselves to build analysis and proposals for the region. Professor José Antonio Ocampo has occupied several leadership positions at the University of Columbia. Okay. Oh, brilliant. So I will introduce Professor Ocampo later on, but at CEPAL, maybe just to finalize our thoughts, I want to reiterate the relevance of the topic of this conference, and later on I'll save my words of introduction for Professor Ocampo. Thank you very much.
Very much for your speech. I kindly ask for all of the people of the opening section to please return to your seats. I now ask Professor Paula Bustamante from the State University of Montes Claros in Minas Gerais to present the new issue of Development Macroeconomics Bulletin, Volume 4, Number 1, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my pleasure in participate the fourth international workshop of the Structural Development Macroeconomics Research Group. My name is Paula Cares, and together with Professor Luiz Paulo Rezende, we are the editors of the Journal of Economy and Public Policy of University of Montes Claros. I will read my presentation slowly because my English is very good, not is very good. So, we are going to distribute the folder of the periodic website of the University of Montes Claros. In the QR code, there is the information in English. The Journal Economy and Public Policy, established in 2013, in Electronic Journal of Department of Economics and Postgraduate at the State University of Montes Claros, Unimontes. In 2020, this university created the website. This presents the special use of the Development Macroeconomics Bulletin in its sixth edition. This edition features 8 articles distributed across the two thematics, macroeconomics and economic development. About macroeconomics, the authors discuss Kalekian conception of structural heterogeneity and integration of environmental sustainability into macroeconomic structures, the eco-Keynesian cross. About economic development, the authors address the transition process of Eastern European economies. The journal presents a series of studies on Latin America, including rate liberalization in Latin America, the behavior of profit rates and exchange rates in Brazil from 2000 and 2023, the relationships between low export diversification and greenhouse gas emission in Latin America, the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on the economic situation of Latin American countries, and the Libertarian Stabilization Program and the consequence in Argentina. About visibility of journal. Professor Luiz, please.
Afternoon, the visibility. Is these special editions making a significant contribution to the debate in the macroeconomic economic development, with particularly attention to challenges faced by Latin America, Eastern European. The contributions, the methods, is visibility, the journal around the world. More information, see QR code, is website maps.
Visitor map for periodics Unimontes This journal, this journal has 1 million. 1,000 accesses. 1,000. Around the world. Acknowledgements. We would like to express our gratitude for the collaboration of the authors and editors of the Development Macroeconomics Bulletin. It is important to highlight that this partnership was made possible by Professor José Luiz Oreiro and Kalinka Martins da Silva, whose dedication and consideration were essential for the success of this edition. Thank you. We also appreciate the support of Unimontes, which facilitates our participation in this event. Contact the Journal of Economics and Public Policy, email, Instagram, e o website of periodicals of Unimontes. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I kindly ask Professor Paulo Bustamante and Professor Luis Paulo Rezende to return to your seat. Very much. Now I ask Dr. Camila Grocon to make a brief introduction of our special guest, Professor José Antônio Ocampo, please.
Now I have the honor to present Professor José Antônio Campo, who we consider a dear friend of CEPAL and of Latin American economic thinking. As I was saying earlier, Professor Campo, in our perspective, is one of the pesos pesados of CEPAL, one of the iconic figures and founding fathers, along with Maria da Conceição Tavares, who passed away this last weekend. So I'll try to be brief. The curriculum of Professor Ocampo is very extensive. So Professor José Antônio Ocampo has a distinguished academic and professional career. He occupied positions of leadership at the University of Columbia, at the Government of Colombia, and in multiple international organizations. He founded last year the cooperation platform on tax in Latin America and the Caribbean, PTLAC, which now works with CEPAL as its secretariat. Just earlier this year, we had the last meeting of PTLAC, in which PTLAC expressed its support for Brazil's proposals in the G20 concerning progressive tax reform. Professor Ocampo is also is one of these special figures because he's not only considered a designer of a new perspective, of new ways in looking at the economy and providing all of us as his students. I'm sure I can speak on behalf of all of us in this sense. But he has also occupied leadership positions in government and in international organizations in which he has been leading the implementation of these various proposals and ideas. So he was Minister for Agriculture and Rural Development in Colombia. He occupied the role of Minister of Finance and Public Credit in Colombia twice. in which he led recently in 2022 the tax reform with progressive objectives in Colombia. He was also executive secretary, top authority at CEPAL from 1998 to 2003, during which he led the agenda of macroeconomics for development, fiscal pacts, international cooperation and regional integration, economics, financing for development. He also took, I will not name everything in his CV, which, as I mentioned, is very extensive, but just to highlight some of his leading roles. He was also Undersecretary for the United Nations Economic and Social Development Agency, DESA, from 2003 to 2007. And he also presided the committee of ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations, from 2013 to 2021. He has some of the most cited books and articles on the economic history of Latin America and the Caribbean. And today we have the honor of hearing your thoughts and latest work on various of these topics. It's an honor to have you, Professor Ocampo. Thank you very much.
Well, let me start before they thanking Jose Luis for that, for the invitation to be with you today, and Camila for that generous presentation. My career. Let me say, let me actually start also rendering the homage to the memory of Maria Concepcion Tavares. Just learned today that she was Portuguese because I always identify her with Brazil. So, but anyway, both her contribution and that of Celso Furtado were in the origins of Latin American structuralism, which is the school of thought that the PAL, of course, developed. Let me also say another thing, which is, since this is about the structural development macroeconomics, I would say in the 1980s, we launched this new trend of thought called, we call neo-structuralism. And I think one of the issues that we were very strong on is to bring more macroeconomics into structuralism, because the old structuralist school did not have much of macroeconomics. So I think so this issue of development of macroeconomics, and for that reason, we brought into the contributions of what came to be known as the post-Keynesian school. Notably Kaleski, I see that in the journal that was launched today, there is something on Kaleski, but also John Robinson, Nicholas Kaldor. I mean, that is school of thought that was, of course, part of the tradition of the English Keynesian or post-Keynesian, not much the U.S. Keynesian thinking. Most of us were trained, and I think bringing that tradition into structuralism was, I think, step forward. I'm going to summarize today some of my views on actually on what has happened with the Latin American economy since the market reforms. Then, what are the agenda going forward? So, looking at the trends in market reforms, the first looking at what the reform did in Latin America and what were the outcomes later on. Let me emphasize that some of the features were, fiscal discipline and stronger focus on inflation, which, but still, as we will see, it kept some pro-cyclical policies, in particular in fiscal policies, and unstable real exchange rates, which I think are two problems that we see still in macroeconomic management in Latin America. Now, the structural reforms, trade liberalization, of course, the rule, but together with the dismantling of production sector policies. By the way, I prefer to, at least particularly in Spanish, I guess the word, when you say política industrial in Spanish, you mean manufacturing. And it's not only manufacturing. That's why I prefer, actually, when I was in the head of CEPAL, the term we used at the time was production sector policies. And I see that my current successor is also using the term production sector policy, because it's also, aside from manufacturing, primary goods, agriculture had been a traditional source of production sector policy in several Latin American countries, strongly, for example, in Brazil. But also, the issue, well, mining, I'll talk about mining points today, but also services, which today have to be at the center of any production sector policies, given the prominence of services, even as an international trade. So I think that's why. But let's say the market reform really dismantled most policies in place, not totally, but largely so. And then there was the domestic and external financial liberalization. However, there are also non-standard elements. And in trade, the non-standard element was regional integration. With the birth of Mercosur in 1991, but also the strengthening of the other regional integration processes, particularly the Andean community and the Central American integration process. But the other non-standard element, which is totally different, let's say, and in a sense in contradiction with the one we're talking, is about free trade agreements. Free trade agreements starting, of course, with NAFTA in 1993, but led by particularly by Mexico and Chile, but later on by many others. Now, some of the deviations from the Washington Consensus were the subsistence of several state-owned development and commercial banks. Brazil is actually perhaps the most important example of that trend, but there are many others, including, for example, my country, Colombia, that kept the development banking system in place, and some of the state-owned banks. And then some cases of regulation of capital flows. Brazil, Chile, and Colombia are probably the most countries that have used that instrument several times. And there were diverse models of privatization, particularly, but also the subsistence of many state-owned companies. The most remarkable case is actually oil, where most of the state-owned companies were actually kept. Only actually partly so Bolivia and Peru really privatized. By the way, this is a very interesting issue, even with the Chile, not the case of oil, but with copper. But it's historically, it's interesting that the leader of market reforms, which was Chile in the 1970s, decided to keep the state-owned copper company, Codelco. So some state-owned companies were maintained. Some state-owned companies were maintained, not only in this sector, but in some other sectors too. Another major deviation, as we will see, which was very important, was the expansion of government spending, in particular, the increasing social spending. This was in total contrast with the views that at the time were presented by the World Bank, which was the master of austerity in public sector spending, with a very focus on targeting. But that, as we will see, was not the trend in Latin America. So we ignored the World Bank in that regard, and we decided to. And this is, by the way, for one peculiar reason. Remember that in the 1980s, the debt crisis of Latin America coincided with the return to democracy of many countries. So it was also the decade of democratization of Latin America. And for democratization, social spending was actually crucial. And that's why, that's I sometimes call it the democratic dividend that we got in terms of economic policy. We will see that. And also limited labor market reforms. Anyway, that was another idea that, markets had to be totally liberalized, labor markets. That was not done essentially by any of the countries. Now, what are the effects? The effects, first of all, is very dismal economic performance. The economic growth of Latin America between 1990 and 2023 was 2.5% per year. This is less than half than the 5.5% of 1950-1980. So the industrialization era was much better in terms of economic performance than the market reform era. Now, also mixed with frequent crises, and we will see that, and I'll point out this, what I have come to call the news loss decade of Latin America, which is this 2014-2023. Now, in terms of integration in the world economy, there was a relative success, but that's largely due to Mexico, high levels of foreign direct investment, and also to private external financing, but that has been very unstable. And a source of cyclical shocks, or new cyclical shocks, although not generating something like the debt crisis, which was the beginning of the sale of private sector financing in Latin America. Now, inflation was also controlled with two major exceptions called Argentina and Venezuela. So this is the map I have done of the performance of Latin American economies in the industrialization era, and then since 1990. I actually have ranked here countries by how much they have slowed down relative to the industrialization era. And the worst case in the bottom is Brazil. Brazil grew 7% per year to industrialization, and it has grown 2.3% since 1990. But the other is Mexico. So the two largest economies of Latin America, with very different models of market reforms, ended up being the worst performance of Latin America. I have on top the only three economies that have grown actually a bit stronger during the since 1990, which are Chile, Uruguay, and Bolivia. Uruguay, I must say, with poor growth in both periods. But Chile was also very good in the beginning of the market reform, but then it has actually been a slow grower again. And that, you can say that also of Bolivia. Okay? And this is because of the cyclical shocks. This is the annual growth rates, during the industrialization era. There was some, different, volatility, but look at the volatility since 1990. It's amazingly high, with the, strong crisis at different times. They associated let's say the East Asian crisis of 1997, which actually became a crisis of its own in Brazil and Argentina later on. Actually, Colombia was also strongly affected by that crisis. But you can see also the negative growth rate in 2009, which was the result of the crisis of the developed countries. It's generally called the global financial crisis, but with some other people, we decided to call it the North Atlantic financial crisis for one basic reason. When the crisis takes in developing countries, they have names, Latin America, Asian, but when they take place in the US, they're global. No, that was a financial crisis of the US and Western Europe, North Atlantic financial crisis. Anyway, that was a negative also. And then we have the effects of the collapse of commodity prices in around 2015, and then the COVID, and actually also the recent years. So the frequency of crisis is one of the dramatic reasons why the growth has been so weak. Inflation was brought down. This is my graph of inflation. I obviously use the median to avoid the effects of hyperinflation, so on average. So I use median. But look at that, the 1990s, there was a clear decline in inflation rates, and then they stabilized until the recent period of inflation associated to the invasion of Ukraine. Now, openness happened. So both in exports to GDP and imports to GDP, there has been a positive trend. And the share of Latin American world markets has increased, but I must say is very strongly associated with Mexico. If we exclude Mexico, there has been a small increase in the share in world trade, but it's not as strong as. By the way, the increase in share in trade of Latin America is a phenomenon that had started before the market reforms. In the 1960s and 1970s, with the promotion of non-traditional exports, in which, of course, there were several successful stories, including Brazil, including Mexico, including Colombia, including Argentina, for example. The reforms have been successful in generating a new export dynamics. That's why, by the way, some other people would decide not to call that period of industrialization import substitution, because aside from export substitution, there was also export promotion of new sectors. That is why we have called it the state-led industrialization. Foreign direct investment has been high since the later part of the 1990s. Actually, very interesting, the peak coincided with the East Asian crisis, so to moderate the effects of the East Asian crisis, and has remained around 3% of GDP. Even taking into account the remittances, the dividend payments abroad, the trend has been positive, around 1% of GDP. What has been unstable is private financial flows. This is the bond issues. By the way, the best report of financial flows is actually produced by the Washington office of CEPAL, which this data from them. And it's actually an excellent report that they produce frequently, and the data they provide is the best. You can see that there have been strong cycles in private financing. For example, there's an interruption during the North Atlantic financial crisis. There is also an interruption in 2015, 2016, associated to the collapse of commodity prices. There is also a little collapse before the COVID, and a collapse after the invasion of Ukraine because of the effects on world inflation and high interest rates. So it has been a volatile. We'll see also the cost of financing. Now, in social terms, the results actually have been better, which is a contrast, and I think reflects the fact that in social terms, we did not fully follow the Washington consensus. And I think that's one of the good things about what has happened in Latin America in the last 3 decades. Improvements in human development associated to rising social spending. Latin America was well in terms of health by the 1980s, but not in education. So the most important advance has been in education. Now, in terms of inequalities, inequalities continue to be high, but there was a very good period, which is, let's say, 2002, 2014, more or less, which coincides actually with a period of faster growth, and as we will see, better performance of labor markets. So my point is, in order to have a strong improvement in income distribution and poverty, we have to have good, strong social policies, but also good labor markets. The labor market don't improve, the social indicators in poverty and income inequality do not improve either. So that's why the period 2002-2014, which is a period of good labor market because of good economic performance, and it's also a period of social policies, active social policies, is the best. Sometimes I call the social decade of Latin America because it's, in a sense, it's one of the best in history in terms of income. Okay. You can see here the increase in public sector spending. You see the collapse of public spending during the debt crisis of the 1980s. But after the debt crisis with different series, you can see the upward trend in public sector spending, which has been reflected in social spending in Latin America. Let's say we used to spend around 8% of GDP. Today we spend between 11 and 12% of GDP. So it's a very important, and this is reflected in the expansion of many social programs in Latin America. And one of the effects is the human development, which has improved, with this reversal during the COVID, that has not been fully overcome. Actually, because income is not a good performer, America is not a good performer in income, I decided to estimate regularly human development is without income. So only education and health, and it performs better than the average human development, as you can see in the graph. This is also reflected, by the way, in the catching up in terms of human development for Latin America, where you can see in this graph, Latin America, I mean, it's still behind OECD, but the gap between Latin America and OECD has fallen, In terms of inequality, in terms of poverty, as we will see, there are three different periods. The early phase of the market reforms was bad, so the inequality increased even more. But then in the early 20th century, particularly since 2002 to 2014, income inequality fell in most countries. Actually, the only exception is Costa Rica. Well, you can say Guatemala also, but in all the other countries, income inequality actually fell during that period. But then it stabilized. So there had not been significant improvements in the last 10 years. So in the last decade, the new last decade, there have been no improvement. And this is also reflected in poverty levels. Actually, you can see in 2002, the poverty levels continue to be higher than in 1980. So in poverty, there was not a lost decade. It was a lost quarter century in Latin America. But then you can see during the 2002-2014, the peak reduction in poverty level, and then stagnation. Three different periods, very clearly different periods. One, with poor social outcomes, since market reform, let's say, until 2002, then the spectacular, the social decade, let's say, where you have improvements in income distribution, in poverty, and then the stagnation. Those decades. And why? Because of labor markets. You can see here the labor markets. The first period was a deterioration, reduction in urban employment, and increase in urban unemployment. Then you have this big decline in unemployment and a big increase in employment, which happens during this period I'm talking about, 2002-2014, and then a reversal partial reversal actually in the indices. So the performance of labor markets, together with active social policy, is why we have this good performance in 2002 to 2014. So the mix of these two have to come together. So I will say in a later slide, you have to improve social inclusion with economic inclusion, because otherwise you don't have the effects in terms of income. And you can say also the fact that the informality continues to be very high, and actually the improvement during the good period was relatively low. So that today we still have a higher informality than we had in 1990. This brings me to my proposals of what should be the agenda of Latin America going forward. And let's say this is the big topics. Let's say. The first one is we have to have active social policy, but with a better symmetry between social and economic inclusion. So it has to be also with improvements in labor market, because otherwise we don't have the strong positive social outcome. The second is, of course, to overcome the new loss decade. Latin America will show the numbers in a few minutes, which, in my view, requires diversification of the production structures, so very active social production sector policies with a strong science and technology policy at the center. How bad we are in research and development. Avoid macroeconomic crisis, because which means countercyclical policies, and then how we integrate it into the global commitments. Certainly, one big issue, which is a big complicated issue, is what's going on with the global trade. International trade is in a big crisis, and that's why regional integration is an opportunity that we should really. But now, in my view, the most important ingredient has to be depoliticization or integration. Because, I mean, Mercosur has been the worst case, in which politicization has affected Mercosur. And I must say, I'm afraid that due to the current confrontation between Argentina and Brazil in economic policy, anyway, we have to see, as I always say, the poor Uruguay in the middle. The small country in the middle of these two big ones being affected by the different trends in the. So it's actually I respect Uruguay for that reason. Because they have been able to manage these two neighbors, which are not complicated neighbors, let's say. But also in the Andean community, Venezuela was a big crisis for the Andean community. Venezuela is back, and we hope it will. On the Central American integration, but the big issue has to be depoliticization. I think this is the big lesson of the European Union. European Union countries continue to be members of the European Union with right-wing governments or left-wing governments. And I think that has to be the rule for the Latin American integration process, and probably to expand. I mean, I hope in the future, I hope to see while I am still alive, the South American integration process. And hopefully the Latin American integration process fully. By the way, at least the South America integrating Mercosur with the Andean community in one process, let's say. Anyway, we have to see that perhaps in the future. Then the international commitments, of course, the Sustainable Development Goals, the climate change, which is a topic I'll talk about, and the protection of biodiversity, which for me is a very important topic. Brazil and Colombia are some of the mega diverse countries of the world. Brazil #2, Colombia #4. So it's a big issue also that we have to be in the agenda. By the way, little talk about biodiversity and related to climate change, but the two are very important, and the world is much worse in terms of biodiversity than And last but not least, I'm not going to talk about a strong commitment to democratic institutions. Only today in Latin America. Anyway, so in social inclusion, what I think has to be done is universal social policies. This is a big topic, by the way, when I was the head of CEPAL. The report that we did for the turn of the century, the 2000 report, Equity, Development. But the basic point that we emphasized at the time, given the talk about targeting, that was the tone of the World Bank in particular, and the Washington Consensus, we said no, universal social policy. We have to adopt with of course support to the poor to integrate to the universal policy, but the universal policy has to be universal. That's the model that was developed particularly by Europe, Western Europe, and it has been a successful model. So as I wrote at the time, targeting has to be an instrument of universal policies, not the alternative to universal policy. A big topic. So universal policies have to be. But it's essential to make this with better employment conditions. As we will see, only when the two coincide do we have a real good social outcome. Targeted policies can help, but they generally generate a secondary effect. One basic problem, as I'll show, is the issue of progressive taxation, which is a topic in which we are not, as well as the quality of services, which is a topic that is in the agenda, both education and health. This is just a graph from a research I did a few years ago, showing what is the relation between the redistribution, the Gini coefficient generated by the redistribution due to social policies, and human development, which is an indicator of how universal social policies are. And it's quite clear the relation between them. So the countries that are best in terms of redistribution of social spending are, as you can see at the bottom, Costa Rica, Uruguay, Chile, and Argentina, because they do have the more universal policies. Colombia and Brazil are together there with following. But you have also bad examples, including Mexico, by the way. That's a topic that also the Central American countries. And this is the residual effect of fiscal policy, which is very limited in Latin America, and a residual effect of tax policy. This comparison that has been done by many of Latin America versus the OECD is quite remarkable, because you can see in the OECD, the Gini coefficient is 0.28. But that's because of the effects of fiscal policy. I mean, 0.04 is due to taxes, to the restricted taxation, and 0.13 due to the restricted spending. So that's why it falls from 0.45 to 0.28. In Latin America, it hardly falls. There's a little through spending and almost nothing to taxation. In both areas, there can be improvement, particularly because Latin America is much more unequal on average than the average of the area. Economic challenges. Latin America has to overcome the second lost decade. And for me, the major problem associated to that lost decade, but also to the long-term slow growth in the market reform, is deindustrialization, or as the literature says, of premature deindustrialization. The major problem by almost all Latin American countries, South America being particularly critical. So the challenge is we have to reindustrialize, but also with broader production sector policies, because since we are rich in natural resources, how we exploit the natural resources is very important, including how you develop value chains associated to natural resources. So let me put it this way: it's not only lithium or copper. the value chains of lithium and copper. Actually, in copper, for example, because of Chile, we are very advanced, but lithium is just starting, and the possibilities of just being exporters of lithium as a natural resource and not as an industrial good using lithium and then modern services. How do we integrate into the new services associated to the technological revolutions we are living through? Now, for that, horizontal policies are necessary, but also sectorial policies with a critical element for me, which is science and technology. Area in which Latin America, falls very badly behind. In terms of production sectors, we should not forget about competitiveness, which was the topic of the Washington Consensus ideology, but also about real production sector policy. And as I said, the basic ingredients have to be innovation, increasing technological contents, but also new business practices, complementarities, so value chains, how do we link some firms with others, technological activities and tasks, and internationalization. But don't forget the opportunities of domestic and regional markets, particularly in a context in which international trade is not very dynamic as we were. So we have two horizontal instruments: education, infrastructures, general science and technology, financing, very important, with the national development banks being an important player, but also selective strategies, promote new activities. When I write about this, it's not about picking winners, it's about building up winners. And the critic has already known, picking winners, and many some losers. No, it's actually building up how we build up winners. I think that has to be the strategy that we do. And that together with the competitiveness of existing industries, which we have to actually even to promote again, even very traditional ones. Let's say, for example, let's say in my country, apparel. Colombia is actually quite good in apparel production. So that should be a basic idea of a new production sector strategy. How do we improve on that and we get into the international market for new apparel, which Colombia does participate partly in the world market. Okay? And that add value to existing export activities, which for me, the crucial issue is natural resources. So how we have good opportunities in food production, in critical minerals, and how we develop the value chains associated to those sectors. So this is the story of the last decade. The second last decade, you can see 2014-2023, the Latin America grew 0.9% versus 2% during the decade of the last decade. In per capita terms, it's a bit better because of the reduction in population growth. By the way, this is remarkable that the growth rate of Latin America in the last 10 years has been lower than the last decade. And when you see countries, it's very diverse. I actually excluded Venezuela from this graph. I don't know if you are very conscious of that, but Venezuela is 1/3 of the economy. It's the worst collapse. Actually, very interesting. I used to have a friend from Zimbabwe a few years ago. We discussed which was going to be worse, Zimbabwe or Venezuela, in terms of collapse of GDP in peace times. And actually, Venezuela won by a wide margin. Like the worst case of a collapse of an economy in peacetime. I mean, there are, of course, collapses in wartime of many economies, but that's not the story. I have to exclude because Venezuela is more than, graph is minus 11% per year. But the other bad case is Argentina, negative, minus 0.2 in the decade. But look at that, Brazil is the next one. So Brazil is one of the worst economies in the last decade. So how you overcome this problem in Brazil? And actually, we were also saw in 1990. So it's a very important. But actually, interestingly, is the small economies that do better in Latin America. You see the Dominican Republic, Panama, Nicaragua, Honduras, Central America generally does better. I mean, which is a remarkable case because Mexico does not. Mexico does 1.1%. So if you want to integrate with the US, small economies do better than Mexico. That's an interesting. Anyway. And the basic reason for the long decline is this premature deindustrialization. The data of ECLAC, the file that I have built up, three different series and trying to make it a decent graph. And what is remarkable is that in recent years, we are back to the 1950s, to the early 1950s. So the whole industrialization that took place between 1950 and the mid-1970s has been totally reversed. By the way, when you look country by country, there are a couple of Central American exceptions, but increasingly not Mexico. Mexico actually did increase the share of manufacturing GDP in the 1990s, but then it has also been declined in Mexico. It's remarkable that not even Mexico is an industrializing economy. And one of the basic reasons is the technological gap and the very little investments in science and technology. On average, let's say Latin America invests 0.6% of GDP, according to this data from UNESCO, which is about 1/4 of what an OECD country on average invests, or almost 1/4 of what China invests. Look at the increase in China. Okay, amazing. And of course, let's not compare ourselves with Israel and Korea, which invest more than 4% of GDP. In Latin America, the only country that invests more than 1%, but is also far behind, is Brazil. But look at the others. As I said in my lectures on Colombia, this is shameful. How little Latin America invests in science and technology. Okay? So that has to be, how you develop science and technology with the private sector, the university system, or the research centers. It has to be a really major priority in terms of. In macroeconomics, I would say, generally speaking, monetary policy has been moving in the countercyclical direction, not quite fiscal policy. Exchange rates are very volatile. And I think this is a major problem, particularly you want to develop new sectors for the world market. Anyway, and the major challenges ahead are fiscal, on the one hand, but also the volatility of capital flows. And for that reason, as I have been doing research in recent years, we need multilateral financing to be very lateral development bank. So this is the monetary policy of the 5 central banks that use the interest rate as a policy instrument. More or less, they are countercyclical. By the way, with some exceptions. For example, in recent years, the best example of countercyclical, that means reduction in interest rates as inflation falls, have been Chile and Peru. Colombia in the middle, and the worst cases are Brazil and Mexico. So Brazil and Mexico ended up having the highest real monetary interest rate among these five. Colombia is in the middle in that pattern. So you wonder why. Brazil has always had very high real interest rate, by the way. I mean, it's a problem that you have to manage here, and it's probably part of the story of growth also. Okay. Fiscal policy, not quite. You can say, for example, in the period, here in the period 2010, 2014, in which Latin America was growing very well, the America should have improved the fiscal policy. They deteriorated a bit. And then in the following period of slow growth, after 2015, we should have had more deficits. So, that's a countercyclical fiscal policy. Well, we did not do that. And so the fiscal policy is basically neutral, essentially neutral, as we can see here. And of course, the major problem is the strong cycle of government debt, which is in this graph, with two peaks, one after the North Atlantic financial crisis, and the COVID. But the levels of government debt continue to be very high, and how to manage this is a major problem for many countries. Brazil is actually among the 5 countries I just mentioned, the worst. Very high public sector debt levels, and high fiscal debts. Now, the exchange rate is, in my view, unstable. It basically follows the external cycle. So appreciation during booms, depreciation during crisis. What you show here. So you have the depreciation in 1997, then the appreciation, excuse me, then the depreciation during the North Atlantic crisis, appreciation during the period of commodity price booms that coincided with fast growth, depreciation after the commodity prices fell. Now, you can say, yes, that should be part of the pattern, but maybe the stability is not good, particularly for the promotion of new sectors for the world markets. So you have more stable or alternative instruments of promoting non-traditional exports. And the volatility of financing, but also the cost of financing. Now, the cost of financing, the trend has been good. Okay. But and actually, very interestingly here, the crisis has been shorter. You can see it starts with 1998, that is with the Asian crisis, and you have 5 years of very high, bond yields for Latin American bonds. Then there was a positive trend, which ends more or less in 2014, as many indicators. But look at two interesting things, however, is that the North Atlantic financial crisis of 2008-2009, there was an increase, but it was a very short one. And in COVID, later on, the effect was very short. So I think, this improvement in that regard in terms of access to international financial markets. But now, the recent period is a period in which the high interest rates of the U.S. Have affected the cost of financing for Latin America. Trade challenges. Latin America should continue to be increasing exports, but particularly reverse the reprimarization of exports that has taken place, particularly in South America. And this is important, particularly in our trade with China. Our trade partner with China is 19th century. For commodities, import manufacturers. Has to change. We have to have a trade pattern with that. Now, regional integration here plays a very important role and should be at the center of the new trends. And I say science and technology and migration and finance should be additional areas in which we have a strong regional integration. By the way, one in which we do have some positive effects is finance, particularly because of CAF. That's the Andean Bank transforming to Latin American Bank. Actually, it's going to be the most important multilateral development bank because it's growing faster than the Inter-American Development Bank. So that's one particularly. We have not been quite equally with the FLAR, with the Latin American Reserve Fund, which continues to be essentially Andean. Other countries, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Costa Rica being members of. Now, use the opportunities. What are the opportunities for Latin America? Nearshoring, particularly for the northern part of the region. Food and transition minerals for many economies, and the rapid expansion in services. but the prospects of global trade do not look good. And for that reason, regional integration, in my view, has to be a clear priority. So this is the reprimarization of Latin American exports. So the red and blue are natural resources. The red and yellow, and the blues are manufactures. So the trend was a very positive one of diversification into manufacturers until the end of the 20th century. This is a pattern that, if you look back, has started in the 1970s. But it has been reversed, and natural resources became very important in the 21st century. Now, when you look by groups of countries, the pattern is quite diverse. So the most diversified are actually the exports to the U.S., but that's because of Mexico. Okay, so that's the market that gets more manufacturing exports from Latin America. But then follows Latin America itself. So regional integration is good for diversification. For Latin American trade, a bit more than half is manufacturers. But now look at the other countries. Look at China. China is natural resources. Little, less than 10%, well, a bit more than 10% is manufacturing. And look at the top. The high-tech manufacturers, ridiculously low. Actually, you go back to the old graph, look at that, it's very low, 10% or, So that's the blue, dark blue is the area that we have to bet in the case of that. Integration, very poorly. We can see a bit in the 1990s, but particularly in 2002 to 2010, 12. But then look at that. In the 2011, 2012, the process of integration has actually fallen. Mercosur is essential part of this story. Also, of course, Mexico, Venezuela. I always say to the Mexicans, you have to integrate with Latin America, not with the US. Big problem with Mexico. Not bet on being part of Latin American trade. Now, opportunities, commodities. You see here the food and metals are the best in terms of performance. I compare the commodity prices in 2023 with the average of 2011, 2013, which is the peak of the commodity boom, and with 2019. And I said food and metals are an opportunity. So that's and you see the two metals are actually climate change. I mean, lithium, copper, nickel, are some of the best performance in the metal. Now, trade is bad. This is my story of what happened in trade since the Second World War. We have two booms, 1950, 1974, and 1980 something. I cannot see the 2007. But I think they were very interesting. The middle one, which is one say why the hell the breaking point between the second and the third, and it was oil prices. So the slow growth in the middle is because of high oil prices in international markets. So now, since the North Atlantic financial crisis, the rapid growth of trade that has happened in this second globalization, let's say, has been very poor. And the growth of export volumes has only been 3% per year, the worst in the post-war era. But if you look at recent years, it's even worse. It's the monthly data on the world exports. And you can see basically since 2021, world trade has stagnated, falling in value terms. So when we think of opportunities for world trade, we have to be cautious of where we're betting. And very importantly, we have to look else. We have to look at our markets, domestic markets and regional markets, as opportunities for international. And I end up with this. This is not my topic, but topic. I did a bit of my job, and then of course I start with the fact that the global targets are not being met. I mean, the chance of them not being met is very high. Latin America is actually an intermediate case in greenhouse gas emissions, but for the region, the two important issues are adaptation, one, and stop deforestation, because our major contribution to climate change is deforestation. Therefore, that has to be a major challenge. And of course, for that purpose, the Amazon is the most important priority. Not the only priority, by the way. So I think the new agreement on the Amazon that was finally written, signed by the government of Brazil, step forward, but it has to be very active in that regard. But there are other regions, and one that is particularly important is the Pacific coast, the North Pacific coast, particularly between Ecuador and Panama, which is a very important forest region, among other reasons because it's one of the most rich, one of the richest forests in biodiversity. So that has to be also a major priority. I was Minister of Finance recently, and I heard in all the World Bank, the banks of World Bank, Inter-American Development Bank about, issue. They always forget the Pacific coast. Don't forget the Pacific coast. Anyway, and I mean, the importance of both the Amazon and the Pacific coast is also biodiversity, because Latin America has 6 of the 17 mega diverse countries of the world. So it's a very important issue. Brazil being number 2, Colombia being number 4, but we have Mexico also in the list, Peru, Ecuador. So it has to be a significant priority also in the policy going forward. Now, opportunities. We do have in this the transition minerals, but also the fact that many regions of Latin America reach a rich environment for solar and wind energy. And therefore, if we develop those energies, there is even a possibility of Latin America being a producer of energy-intensive products. One of the alternative, opportunities going forward. Now, a major challenge is what the hell do we do with oil and coal? Coal, in my view, we should try to forget about it. Colombia is, of course, the most important case in terms of coal export. But the issue of oil is an important one. What do we do with the countries, but not only the countries, the regions that depend? There's opportunities for them, has to be a priority in the fight against climate change. Policy instruments, regulations, market for emissions, maybe we should promote the international market, taxes or minimal carbon prices, the promotion and dissemination of technology. This has been an important issue in the international debates. Why the hell do not eliminate property rights on some of the environmental technology? Financing. Financing has to be a real priority here. In a sense, together with technology, the sectors, is technology for financing as the two big issues. Because the financing needs are very large and very insufficient. The UN has also promoted that half of the financing has to be for adaptation. And therefore, the role here for multilateral development banks, as well as national development banks, first, because I did work on those issues. Here, the per capita emissions of CO2. I said Latin America is in the middle between the dark ones, which are the developed basically, and the light ones, which is basically sub-Saharan Africa, which are the low emitters of CO2. Now, the financing, this is based on paper, on work by CEPAL, actually, by Titelman doing a review of the literature. And I said the estimates are very diverse, but let's say it's 3% of GDP or more, probably much more than 3% of GDP in terms of new investments, which is very important, very high, given the relatively low share of investment in Latin America, and includes infrastructure, of different forms, but also many issues associated to water management, which is going to become a very important issue also in infrastructure. This is what the data that I have on this is my work on multilateral development banks, which shows that the most important finance actually is for sub-Saharan Africa, but Latin America and Caribbean follows. But the proportion of adaptation is a bit more than 50% only for sub-Saharan Africa. For Latin America is much less than that. So the improvements in financing of adaptation has to be a priority. Thanks. And also by national banks. This is the estimate that we did with CEPAL, actually a paper I wrote with Titelman on Latin American trend. And this is the multilateral banks or the multilateral institutions are contributing, in a significant way to the financing of climate change, but the national development banks are far behind. Therefore, there has to be a major priority of all the multilateral national development banks, but of course, as I pointed out, also for the multilateral institutions. So with this, I end. Thank you again, Jose Luis, for the invitation. Thanks to all of you.
Very much, Professor. This was very enlightening. We had a master class today of economic, social, and environmental development in Latin America. I would not try to summarize your extensive lecture, but I can't help but to highlight a few the topics that we have heard today. So again, Professor Ocampo, with his magistry, walked us through the economic panorama of the region in relation to the global context. We saw the trends on how we are doing in terms of economic growth, inflation, trade openness. We saw a panorama also on how we're doing in terms of social aspects, social policies. Also in terms of trade, and we got the chance to also hear firsthand some of the professors' recommendations on what we can do in each of those areas. Again, I would not try to summarize, but some of the things that caught my attention and that I would like to emphasize very briefly. First of all, is that although very fragile, to say the least, economic performance has been observed over the last recent decades. We did see an improve in social dimension, but there are some persistent structural gaps, especially in terms of informality levels. And although there has been improvement in income distribution and the reduction of the gap of the distribution in countries, we do see that the region remains with a persistently high level of inequality. It's still one of the most unequal regions in the world. In terms of the recommendations, very briefly, what stood out was the necessity to overcome the new lost decades. This is a very sad scenario, a very sad panorama, but it necessarily goes through what the professor mentioned about depolitization, about regional integration, about maintaining social policies universal, the need of improving or enhancing the work of the countries in progressive taxation, fiscal redistribution. But essentially linking to the topic of this workshop and what will be discussed over the course of the next 3 days, the professor highlighted and illustrated the importance of reindustrialization, the need to advance the development on value chains, and in the context of climate change and the low carbon transition, looking at reindustrialization not just from the perspective of the region being a provider of green commodities, such as lithium and copper, but actually as an opportunity of developing the productive sector, reindustrializing and preparing the region not only to be able to provide answers and solutions for itself, recalling again of Conceição, the import substitution, but also as an opportunity of looking abroad, of promoting exports, internationalization, and innovation. He mentioned a very provocative term about building up winners instead of picking winners, which speaks directly to the context that the region is facing. I will not have the chance to go through everything, but I'm very glad that this lecture is recorded so that we can all rewatch it, because it was very rich, not just in terms of the spectrum of topics that were covered, but also in terms of the evidence provided with data, figures, graphs that help illustrate the challenges ahead of us. So thank you very much, Professor. Again, it's an honor to have you. And thank you again for your keynote lecture that kicks off the workshop. And to end my intervention, on behalf of the organizers, I have a couple of messages to convey. The first is that due to the advanced time that we have, we will not have time to questions at the moment. And the second is that all of those that have been invited for the lunch with Professor Ocampo by the organizers should direct themselves directly after this opening session to the restaurant that has been informed. Again, thank you very much, Professor. It's always a pleasure, and it's always a learning process hearing from you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for your attention and participation, but now this section is ended. We will return at 4 p.m. for a special section on economics and geopolitics sponsored by Equilibrium Consultoria. Have a nice lunch and thank you very much.